If it's okay with everyone, I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome to the December 1st, 2020 Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. And first order of business is to ask Peter, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Thank you. And our second order of business is to approve the minutes of November 10th. Board members, have you had a chance to look that over?
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes of November 10th, 2020.
Thank you, Ian. Ian has moved to approve the minutes of November 10th, 2020. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And that's 5-0. Chair's remarks will be very brief. I'll just note that it's Giving Tuesday. And I can't think of any other Giving Tuesday where there aren't some organizations, very worthy organizations, locally, nationally too, of course, but especially locally, close to my heart, that really deserve your support if you can. And that also goes for our local shops. And we'll be talking to DBA and the Chamber later tonight. Please, if any year you decide is a good year to shop locally, I think it's this year. It'll support our local merchants and of course all of their workers and our taxes. It's all connected. So Giving Tuesday, still a few hours left, and I'm sure if you're watching you'll have things you can do on the side as you're listening in rapt attention to everything that we're saying. I say with a little bit of levity. Next is manager's remarks. Peter.
Thank you, Tim. Actually, you and I didn't confer about this ahead of time, but
Oops.
your timely remarks about Giving Tuesday and buying local are a perfect segue to some really good financial news I'm happy to share. We have the first quarterly receipts from the local option sales tax and the local option rooms and meals tax. And people are, despite the challenges of COVID, buying locally, both for food and goods. We received $99,580 of rooms and meals tax, which is about $6,000 better than expected. We received $234,340 worth of sales tax, about $25,000 better than expected. So a really good first quarter for those taxes. And the second of the 4 quarterly payments for property taxes was due on November 15th. And I'm happy to report that we are $63,000 ahead of last year in receipts for the first 2 quarters. So again, really solid results given the uncertain times that we're in. So
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Peter. And next is a fellow select board comments and committee reports. What do we got tonight? Daniel. Hi.
I wanted to make a vague statement that just says to the public that I really appreciate working with all of you and that I believe in your professionalism and conduct, and thank you. And that's it. You know, I saw some stuff today that perturbed me, and I just want to say that, like, we might not always agree on things, but like the professionalism of the select board is the amateurish professionalism, and not that they're not professionals, but the dedication, hard work, commitment, like, is without doubt in my mind. I just want to say that.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. I don't know about the other members, but I feel the same way. Brandy.
I know that I've talked a lot about 211 for these past few meetings. Today I want to kind of still follow that vein, but not just 211. I recently reached out to our community because I've been having some struggles, and the community really wrapped around me. And so sometimes I think it can be really hard to do that. And I went through waves of like awkwardness, embarrassment, gratitude, maybe some nausea. But sometimes just putting it out there, this community is absolutely incredible at responding to need and responding to people being authentic. And so I really just want to keep pushing on my same message that if you need something, if you need help, if you need food, if you need clothes, really reach out. We've got great free local sites. We've got a lot of good humans in this community, and it feels like we're so isolated from each other right now, but that doesn't mean people wouldn't rush literally to your doorstep to drop stuff off and help. So please reach out during these times.
Thank you, Brandy. Ian.
Well, first, Daniel, I want to, just echo that. Absolutely. And I appreciate that. I actually wanted to jump off of Tim, your remarks. It's December 1st, and I'm kind of reflecting on the holiday season and knowing that I've got shopping to do. And I wanted just to share a very quick story that it was my partner's birthday last month, and we were walking downtown on a date, and she saw something in a window of a shop that she really liked. And so, I took mental note and then went and got it later. And then, and she was really surprised and happy. And it was like an entire experience that was only possible because our local shops are open, and that it's buying, shopping local, and that's how that happened. And so, as people are looking at how to, show their love for other people during this season, to look to our local shops it's a really unique experience, and I would just encourage people to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Thank you, Ian. Liz, are you going to give it a pass, or do you feel pressured to say something?
I just want to say that last year, all my Christmas presents, I shopped locally, and I intend to do the same again. Right now, I'm in isolation because my daughter's home from school, but as soon as I can get out there, I will.
Terrific. Yeah.
Glad your daughter's home with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, if that does it for board comments and or committee reports, we're going to move to public participation. And this is the portion of the evening where the public can chime in on things that are not part of our agenda. If you have a copy of your agenda before you, you can see that it's fairly packed. So I'll be doing my usual pleading to move things along at certain points. But that doesn't mean we can't take some time for some general comments, general questions, and usually the questions have to be answered later when we are with a warned meeting, and we can all talk about those questions. So I do see one hand up, and that would be Gary. So if Gary wants to turn on his camera, and Patrick will assist you in that.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
I just like to say and chime in and say thank you for you guys. I can tell you one thing. If it wasn't for Zoom, this probably would be a lot harder for a lot of people that are home. I can say for me, it's definitely been a humbling and trying time, and like saying, reaching out and connecting with people, family, loved ones on here. I think if we didn't have this, it'd probably be a lot worse, if anything. It'd probably be just sending letters or whatever like that in the mail back and forth to each other. But thankful for you, after Thanksgiving, and for the community and for the committees and for everybody coming together. That's probably the reason why I took up a lot of committees, to pick up a lot of time being isolated, to connect out there with a lot of people to say, hey, look, we're still here. And I'm thankful for you guys to, let us know, and even Ian, what's going on out there, and Tim and Brandy and Daniel and Elizabeth letting us know the happenings around town, and all the other committees, because being isolated and not having that connection, we as humans need that. But this is a safe environment for all of us, and I think this is something that we really, I can say personally, I appreciate, and I'm very grateful and very humble from it, because I just sat there one day and said, if it wasn't for Zoom, what would we do? I can only cook so much. I can only get so many meetings. So, and oh, Daniel, I found out some other information too about the COVID relief. They can pay for your cable now. Any back bills on your
What?
I correct you.
I got a website that they sent from the department.
It's not exactly that.
Okay. Fill me in.
May I?
Educate me.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
don't want to
appropriate.
misinform folks. So like,
No.
so the Vermont, the Public Service Department's utility arrears program will help folks with back balance on electric.
Mhm.
Now includes municipal water and sewer. So
Yep.
get on that if you need it. And there's, let's see, landline telephone, but
Yes.
not cell phone. And then there's a separate broadband subsidy program for
Mm.
people who might need it for,
For school.
oh boy. Well,
Yep. Thank you for that, Dan. I
That's-
appreciate that.
yeah.
You know, it's a little bit
Did
of
you catch
info.
that? I know Peter
Yep.
caught it.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's hope we can sort that out.
Good more.
Oh,
But yeah, the Vermont Public Service Department's utility arrears program is good. It expires on December 15th, and you can find out all the info online.
Perfect.
Or call 211.
Absolutely. They're the most informative people out there too. They have that, or the United Way. Perfect. Excellent. Well, I'd like to say thank you guys, and hopefully we'll see each other again before Christmas. Stay safe, stay strong, and we will survive. Thank
Bye,
you.
Gary.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Gary.
Gary.
Kind comments. Appreciate it. Just a reminder, we're currently in public participation, so this would be anything you'd like to say unrelated to tonight's agenda. So if you want to speak to an agenda item, please just put your hand down and I'll take the next person. But as it is, I see Jacob could come up if you'd like to.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, hi. How are you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
This is what it looks like if I start my video. This is, I don't think you guys can see me, but yeah.
Whoa. Cool.
That's fine.
Okay.
Just let us know where you're from and your name if it doesn't match your name.
My name is Jacob. Jacob, do I have to say my last name?
No, you don't. It's up to you. But we'd like to know where you're from just because it helps us.
I am from Alabama. I like, should I say what type of things I like to do? Like my hobbies?
Oh, no. Just,
Do you live in Brattleboro is really the question.
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
okay. Did you have a comment for the Brattleboro?
Yes, I do. So I have a proclamation, right? So what do you think is better, hentai or porn? Because personally, I think that porn is better because
I mean, I think you can just
Well,
have your own feelings. Sorry. I said you can just have your own feelings. I mean, we don't have to just compare things.
all right. So we'll move on to David. David hopefully has something
Hello?
Brattleboro-centric to say.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My phone had some camera isn't working, sadly, so I'm sorry about that. My name is David Winley. I'm from the state of Washington. You know, I don't really do much. You know, just kind of chilling here. I like to bowl and I like to swim and all that. I want to
Okay,
stay.
we'll move on. Thanks,
Not a lot.
Patrick.
I hate.
All right, this isn't going well. So I'm about to close down public participation.
Harper Nichols might be a thing. I don't know. Does that name sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Does seem more real.
It sounds familiar.
Barbara, would you like to say something? Hi, Barbara. Just one moment. We'll get you off mute. I think there's probably an unmute request coming your way in a moment. There you go.
Hi. So I live in Brattleboro
Good.
and have for quite a while. I just wanted to say that I just started a new nonprofit organization. It's called Nationwide Educators Relief Fund, and it reimburses educators for their out-of-pocket school expenses. They've always had them, but during COVID, trying to be creative, the expenses are crazy right now. So I'm supporting them. We created an online silent auction December 5th. All proceeds will go to the educators. So you guys, you know, if you're around and available, check it out on 32 auction.
Oh, yeah.
And let's support our Brattleboro educators.
Barbara, do you want to say the name of the organization again?
Yeah.
Nationwide Educators Relief Fund. We just started. We just created it out of the need.
Well, the Brattleboro educators are the cream of the crop.
Absolutely. I mean, I work in Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts, they have had for many years a virtual school from kindergarten to 12th grade that is free. It's public school. It's an option you have. And yet, during COVID, they have not handled it well at all. They still have children who don't have laptops, who haven't spoken to a teacher in months, who straight A students who are failing. It's unbelievable what's happening in Massachusetts. So I'm very proud of Vermont. We are doing fabulous. My grandchildren actually go to Green Street. I can't brag about them enough. They're doing a phenomenal job, and I want to support them, and I hope the rest of Brattleboro does too.
Thank you, Barbara. Thanks for that work. And I think if you pick up our town emails on the brattleboro.org website, please send me at least some more information about the group, and I'll help get the word around.
Me too.
Thank you. Are we feeling lucky? Should we ask Galaxy Note 10 Plus?
What's the worst that could happen?
Well, now that you say that, let's give it a try, hoping it's just somebody who wasn't able to rename their.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Sorry I can't start my video.
Yeah, okay.
I'm on a phone, and one time I dropped my phone, so my
All
camera.
right, hon.
Never mind. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there's other meetings that are more interesting to tell you
I
the truth.
doubt that.
We're going to go ahead and move forward with our agenda. It's a busy one. We have an unfinished business that folks might have heard about. And I think giving us the background is going to be Peter Elwell. And do you want any preliminaries before I just hand it right over to you?
Happy to take it.
Thanks, Peter.
Sure. So the one item of unfinished business this evening is the ordinance regulating housing lease deposits and creating a housing board of review. It is on the agenda for first reading. It's unusual to have an item under unfinished business be on for first reading. But those who've been with us following and participating in the consideration of this ordinance for the last several months, actually, dating back to beginning in August, will know that there was first some consideration by the board with lots of public input to a suggestion that was made or proposal that was brought forward by the Tenants Union of Brattleboro. And then a decision made by the board to move ahead with an ordinance. First reading was held with additional public input. Then the ordinance came back as it usually does for second reading. There were some additional issues that had been raised along the way and raised again on the evening of second reading. And the board decided not to continue on with the adoption that night. This is back in October of the ordinance. But instead asked staff and town attorney Bob Fisher to do some additional research and bring back some additional information. We did that at the November 17th meeting. And upon the further consideration of the board that evening, again, lengthy consideration with lots of public input, the select board decided by majority, indicated a desire to move ahead with the ordinance as had originally been planned. And so it is back before you as a piece of unfinished business this evening, but in the same form that had been before you in October for second reading. It's just a legal formality that you need to read the ordinance twice. So it's first reading tonight. I will describe the ordinance in just a moment. You can take additional input on it if you choose. You don't need to do that on a first reading. The first reading is the notice to the community that this is back and is moving forward. You will 2 weeks from tonight, in any case, have a public hearing, assuming that you do decide to move forward with it this evening. Then it would be on for public hearing and potentially for final adoption 2 weeks from tonight on the December 15th agenda. The ordinance would regulate the amount of money that is required, that can be required by a landlord of a tenant prior to occupancy, and would limit those funds to the first month's rent and a security deposit of an amount that can't exceed 1 more month's rent. And then there's also a provision that allows for a half a month's rent as a pet deposit, and a provision that would create a Brattleboro Housing Board of Review that would have certain jurisdiction to hear concerns raised by tenants or landlords. And if you need any further legal advice about any of this, Bob Fisher is in the meeting. Sue Fillion is also in the meeting for this item and another later on, and would be able to further address the parts of this that she's been researching if you have additional questions about that tonight. We are also continuing, Bob and Sue and I, with the work that you asked us to do the last time you considered this. So we will have additional information to bring forward to you that we aren't finished with yet, but we would expect to have as part of the backup materials for December 15th, so that you would see that results of the additional research with the ordinance when it was coming back for public hearing and possible adoption.
Great, thank you, Peter. My personal feelings on this, and I'll try to sell the board on this right now, and we'll see what happens, is that we've discussed this at length, I guess twice. Could it have been 3 times? I'm not sure. It certainly was at least twice under the current form. And unless, I think amongst the board, we might want to consider signaling to people that they can chime in next time, because as Peter mentioned, we are going to be getting some information back, some of which I requested, some of which Liz requested, and I think there might have been one other thing requested by another board member. So we'll have that information, if not for the 8th, definitely by the 15th. So my pitch is, we have a very thick meeting tonight. Should we refrain from having, because unless anyone's position has changed or they have really strong feelings about changing a certain portion of the ordinance, for tonight, I'm not sure how productive dialogue between the 5 of us would be. And then the next question is, how much public input would we like to take if it has anything to do, with the ordinance directly? Do folks want to chime in on that before we dive in or not dive in? Brandy.
I'm inclined to agree with you on the first part for sure. I think, like you said, unless somebody has a substantive change or a substantive change of heart, I think between the 5 of us, it's just like kind of superfluous. I think we should take whatever public comment, but I think maybe we frame it like this. The 5 of us probably have our mindset, as in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals are probably pretty much made up. And so while good, passionate debate and discussion is always welcome, it might not be as necessary tonight as you might think. So make sure, as a community member, I would say, if you see that we're not going to quote unquote fight amongst ourselves tonight, do you want to hold your comments? Do you feel that you want to make comments? That's the only thing I would say, because I always hate to turn down the community to speak, but also like, I just want us all to be authentic about where we are right now as a board and as a community.
Okay, thanks, Brandy. Ian?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think, unfortunately, I do have, I think I have one change that I would like to bring up about the ordinance. So maybe we can just discuss that a little bit, but then beyond that, yeah, I think we have really fielded a lot of public participation on this, and there's going to be an opportunity in the second reading. So I think we can move forward with that. Do you want me to, can I talk about that now?
Absolutely, unless another board member wants to chime in on the general idea, but I think we're getting nods. So
Okay, so, okay. In reflecting as we've moved forward with this, I think that while the Housing Board of Review was definitely something that I was pushing pretty hard, with the information that we got from Bob, I believe in the second reading of the first time, it's become pretty clear that it doesn't really achieve the purpose that I thought it did, which was providing this outlet for landlords and tenants to address issues regarding the last month's rent. It's very clear based on what Bob said, and I will not even feign to try to say exactly how Bob said it. He's much smarter about that than I am. But basically, it's only about security. It's only about security deposits, and it's really only about tenants coming to it about security deposits. So I think while I really like the idea of having a board where there are tenants and there are landlords together and discussing, and maybe they could even field other stuff that people bring to them from the community, I think that could be accomplished in the housing study that Sue presented on, having a forum for that kind of information to come up. If we didn't have that, I would be looking at the Housing Board of Review a little differently, but because the housing study is going to be coming down the road soon, I personally think that we should remove the Housing Board of Review as a component of the ordinance. And as I understand it, that would not mean that we would have to we would not have to have another first reading. So this could still be the first reading, and we would have the second reading, removing that section. That's how I feel. And I'll stop talking now.
no, thanks, Ian. Brandy.
You know, I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it because I don't want to agree with you. I agree with you. I hate to say it because, like you, I really like the idea, but I just don't understand. I wish that there was a way that I felt like it could be both equitable and useful and efficient. And I just am not seeing that yet in the current models we've looked at. And I don't know how we feel about trying to reinvent the wheel for a new model yet. If we say to ourselves things like, well, we want to revisit this ordinance in a year, which personally I always think is a really good idea when we're doing really large ordinances that affect people differently, disproportionately in town. If we said, you know what would have made this better is a housing review board, or if Sue comes back and says, you know what we really need in this town is a housing review board, I'd be more inclined. But otherwise, I'm kind of with you on that, because what I've read has been, it's almost been like a committee just made for the sake of having a committee, and it sometimes hasn't benefited either the tenant or the landlord, you know, and that's why I think people are having a hard time staffing or filling these committees, is because people want to do things that are fulfilling. If this was fulfilling and satisfying and effective, people would be staffing these committees. The fact that we're seeing that these committees are dropping off and not being staffed, to me as somebody who serves, and we all serve, that tells me that it's not effective, or there's something that's not driving people to want to participate.
Those are good points.
But I love the idea in concept. I just don't think it's worked in what we've seen yet.
Yeah. Liz?
Well, I agree with both Ian and Brandy that this housing board doesn't do what it should, but I would go further to say that it points out, and the discussion we had several weeks ago was the limitations of this board pointed out the limitations of the ordinance itself, because the landlords, when they find themselves in a pickle, can't use this board as a remedy. They have to go back to small claims court or court, and you know, it's a very bad situation for landlords, and that we are, through this ordinance, putting them through more risk.
Thanks, Liz. Daniel, I don't see your, oh, Peter, I was just gonna.
I'd just like to clarify something because of the several comments that have been made regarding the limitations of the Housing Board of Review. I just want to make it clear factually that those limitations are imposed by the state of Vermont. So this board gave consideration to ways in which there might be a more robust Housing Board of Review. And I believe it's fair to say that you had some substantial interest in creating a more robust Housing Board of Review, but you've received the advice from Town Attorney Bob Fisher of what the statutes allow us to do. And it's another case, to be the broken record of a Dillon's Rule state, but because municipalities in Vermont can only do what we're explicitly allowed to do by the state, in this case, we're not explicitly allowed to do through a zoning or through a Housing Board of Review as much as what you would have liked to have seen. And that's why the comments tonight are being made.
Thank you, Peter. That's a really good point.
Yeah, thank you.
Good reminder.
Rule
Thank you.
state, for God's sakes.
I think I'm very capable of withholding any comments on the ordinance itself right now and just throw my hat in saying that I agree with the unfortunate limitations of the Housing Board of Review. So I think we're headed that way, but it almost feels like to me, unless the board disagrees, that we can make that tweak at the next meeting along with any other needed tweaks, or because then we'd be rewriting it twice, would we not? If we did have another tweak to it next meeting after we get our info. Liz.
Just wanted to say, I also agreed with Brandy about revisiting this in a year, whatever happens.
Yeah.
We
Is that-
could, we can bring Bob on to confirm this, but given what we've heard from the board about both the Housing Board of Review and at least two of you and others nodding about a one-year review, if you were to make clear that that's the intention of the board, is to modify the ordinance in that way, I think Bob will confirm that those changes could be made between the first and the second reading. We could bring the ordinance back to you reflecting those two changes and have the public hearing 2 weeks from tonight.
Right.
Well, I might take a little bit of advocacy time to say, why wouldn't we want to make it 6 months to line up with the housing study that we're hoping is gonna.
Yeah, that's fine. I just always think 1 year, but that makes perfect sense too.
Well,
Although, can we see it in 6 months?
it's the rent, right? Like it's a
Right.
year, like most rents are 1 year. So if we want to make sure that we can actually see the effect of this, we want to, I think it would make more sense to do it at 1 year so that we can get the most turnover of rental cycles.
Right, because if we want to see either the success or the fallout, we've got to see the leases end that started, quote unquote, when the ordinance begins, if such a thing happened. But I, in theory, do agree with you, Tim. But now I'm thinking, when I think about it, we want to probably see a full cycle of, I moved into an apartment when the ordinance started, and then I moved out, and what did that look like as far as concerns about not paying last month's rent and such things.
If I'm fine letting that be the consensus request going forward, and then I might bring that up again, depending on what we hear from Sue.
That seems fine.
And frankly, from Bob too, because I had a question for him regarding our other remedies that we had discussed. Okay. Bob, did that leave you with something to say?
Well, only in that if you want us to take out the Housing Board of Review, for the second reading, we can do that, or you can simply leave it in and then in your vote after your hearing at the second reading, eliminate it yourselves. Either way, we can do that. Taking it out is a minor change. It's not a substantive change of adding something new. So from the standpoint of notice to the public, I don't think we're needing to go backwards and have another reading if you take something out. So
Right.
just give us direction on that, number one. And number two, with regard to a sunset or a review provision, it does concern me a bit with regard, speaking of Dylan's rule, that when statutes provide the procedure to undo ordinances as it then the question becomes whether you can write in sunset provisions when that's not authorized by state statute. So between now and the next meeting, I'll research that a little bit more as to whether we can do it. I'm not disagreeing with the notion of a program like this should be reviewed as any ordinance. If an ordinance doesn't work, a select board always can repeal it in the future. So whether it's an automatic sunset provision or a review, those are two different things.
Yeah, you're right. I think I would prefer a review. I don't think that I'm ready for a sunset revision.
So the
Well,
board can, sorry, Tim, the board can always review matters at its own pace, and you can state, put it on the calendar for a year from now. But an actual sunset provision would say this ordinance actually goes away
Right.
at some point in the future.
Right.
So they're two different creatures.
Yeah.
Hear most of
Unless-
you talking about a review,
Yes.
and I don't think that's a major change. It wouldn't require a new reading or an additional reading. So I think we're in good shape on that.
Okay, yeah. That's fine. It feels to me that it would be nice to have the next version, since it's, as you said, not a substantive change for the 15th. It would be nice to be cleaner and be clear that, lo and behold, all 5 of us agree about the housing board removal. So I think it feels like something got accomplished. So I'd love to see that myself. I don't know if everyone else agrees, because we're still operating on a bit of a consensus mode right now. But
Tim,
does that sound good?
That way, you know?
Can you just clarify? So you just mean like, so the next one on the 15th won't have it in it?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Daniel?
Yeah, let me just make sure I understand that if somebody changed their mind in the next meeting and wanted to add in the housing board of review, where does that put us?
You can do it.
Good question.
Well, you need three people who wanted to do it, probably, right?
But would it start another first reading because it would be a substantive addition?
Oh, that's Bob's question, I guess.
Bob?
Yeah, I don't think, given you've spoken about it already twice before and tonight, that would be a substantive addition, just given the history here. So,
All right.
but you're correct. You'd need 3 people to put that back in.
All right. Sounds like we've made it, right? To that issue. So just keeping an eye on my job here. It's 5 of 7, and I have some times written down on our agenda items, which I will not reveal because I always blow right by them.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, what the heck?
No, I had 7 p.m. as our limit on this, but that's not going to happen because I think the board does want to take a few comments, right?
Yeah, I mean, I realized that I added something to this is kind of an addition to the conversation. I thought that we should bring it up now instead of next week to save time, but maybe that was.
No, I think we can go ahead and say we've decided on and it would have to be quite the argument to make us put it back on it tonight, right? As far as the housing board of review goes. So I think I'm going to invite people, and I don't know what your tolerances board. I do want to remind people that we have people presenting tonight and quite a bit of budget to talk about as well. And I don't know about you, but my brain kind of fried when we tried to do budget at 10 p.m. It just wasn't working very well for me, and which isn't fair to town business. So
leave people in the queue, but I hear you. My brain hurt, and actually, literally, I had to take Excedrin that night, which is full of caffeine. But then I have a hard time not taking every single comment, and so I guess I just wanted to commiserate with you on that.
No problem. I appreciate that commiseration. So let's try to take 20 minutes of comments, and in fact, I could just take the stack as it presently exists. I've learned this term stack from my younger colleagues. And I'm going to draw the line right under. Oh, no, don't do that to me. James Weatherby, Weatherly, sorry.
Last one.
Be the last one in this situation. Okay. And now everybody hold still. Don't be going up and down. That's really confusing. So we'll take some comment. Just please, if you could keep it to under 3 minutes, keep it to the ordinance as presented, and that would really be helpful. And just with the understanding that we have 3 board members in favor and 2 currently against, and we all have very good reasons for those positions at the moment. And yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Jackson Stein would be first.
Hey guys, I'm Jackson. Give me 1 second. Hey, no, could you just stop doing dishes for 1 second? Thank you.
Are you sure you
Sorry.
It happens. The struggle is real.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when the proposal was initially given to you guys, the Housing Board of Review was not on it. And what really we were trying to, the eviction moratorium ends at the start of the next year. And we wanted to make housing more accessible for people because likely with the amount of unemployment and the poor handling of COVID, not by you guys, by our country, we expect lots of evictions, and the easier it can be for people to move into new homes, the better. So regardless of the Housing Board of Review, I know that the people who wrote the proposal don't care if it stays on. We just want the limit on security deposits. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Get those dishes done.
Thank you. And Ian.
If I can respond just really quickly, I really appreciate that, Jackson. And that's one of the reasons why I felt a need to bring it up, because I really pushed for the Housing Board of Review to be in it. And I think that through all the education that the boards received, we sort of understood better what it can and can't do. So thank you though, and for clarifying that the original proposal did not have that in it.
Thanks, Ian. Doran, thanks for your patience there. I thought it was fair to let Ian jump in there. You're welcome to join us now. Doran, there you go.
Oh. Audio.
I can't even see. Am I supposed to be able to see?
I think we can, or some of us can see you, but we can't hear you yet, Doran.
What am I doing wrong?
Oh. So sometimes, yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Now I can see you too. I don't know why I keep doing that wrong.
Do you have an external mic by any chance? Actually becoming a Zoom nerd, there's a preferences thing where you can actually choose the mic.
That's right.
That's what I do now.
Big Blue or whomever.
Just, yeah, try not to mute yourself through the Zoom app if you can, because then. Do you want to try a little bit and we'll move on and we'll come back to you?
Or you could mime it.
No,
You heard that.
No, not in the mood.
Got those circus skills. Circus theater type things.
Okay. I've got a note that we could try to come back to Doran.
Yeah, that's
Jason is next, I think.
uh-oh.
While Jason's coming on,
There we go.
we had a couple people join in, and I'm not sure if they heard us. We did draw a line at James Weatherly, but let's see how it goes, because we're trying to keep our meeting a little tighter here. Jason, welcome.
And you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
That's a good step in the right direction. Question, I think it's going to be for Bob, and it would address both Ian and Brandy's concern about an equitable board. It was my understanding that Vermont has the possibility of having housing courts that have the full authority to enforce Vermont law, and it is a separate entity that is available. And I think that both landlords and tenants would appreciate, if they are aggrieved or being taken advantage of, an opportunity to quickly get in front of somebody who can resolve their issue. I believe that's one of the biggest gripes that the landlords have, is they can't get justice when things are going wrong. And maybe Bob can speak to the possibility of a housing court.
I'd be curious.
Date-based? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to put words in your mouth. Go ahead, Bob.
So with regard to a housing court, I would need to research that. I'm not aware of any proposal to create such a housing court right now, but maybe I just haven't looked into that. So if you have information on that, Jason, certainly let us know. I'm happy to look further into it. But I don't doubt that, I mean, courts or legislatures have created different courts for different reasons. I mean, there have been drug courts in the past. There's juvenile courts, environmental courts. There's no reason why the legislature couldn't actually create a court specifically to housing. But as far as ones that are being studied right now, I just am not up on that. So if you have information, by all means, let me know and I can track that down for the next meeting.
Okay, I'm not sure about the logistics of putting it together. If it has to go through the legislature, that could be an owner long-term issue and be a little more difficult. I have heard anecdotally that the states that have housing courts have much less problems with both tenants and landlords because, you know, as I think the saying is that justice delayed is not just. The sooner that either party can get in front of a judge to have their issue resolved, the less they can be taken advantage of. And certainly for both sides in an issue like that, that could be crucial.
Okay.
At this point, we, the landlords, have no opportunity to resolve issues if tenants are not paying rent. Then, especially right now, a tenant could just sit there and do nothing. We have one tenant who has been basically running a drug house, and unless we can get the police to arrest them, we have no recourse at all to remove them. We can't protect the other people in the building. And if we had the ability to get in front of a judge and say, help, you know, we want to protect the other people in the building, we want to protect our property, that benefits everybody to get that resolution.
Okay.
The idea that even once we get past the current situation and the courts become accessible to the extent they are, the inability to collect enough money to make it some sort of protection makes it so that it's harder to not lose money. And some of the landlords who have more properties are probably a little less vulnerable to that. But most of the landlords in this town are mom and pop small businesses. And if they lose 2 or 3 or 4 months rent, they lose their house, they lose their property that they've saved and, you know, been building for a period of time. How can you protect them at the same time you're protecting the tenants? That's what we need a solution that does.
Okay, thank you, Jason. We got a little bit off of the Warren's topic, but it was so topical, for lack of a better term. I thought it was all right to sort of understand what Jason was saying. And Bob, Yeah, I think it kind of feels fair if we have some board nods or approval that Bob could look into that, or is that okay? But it's certainly not really germane to the ordinance itself. Bob, do you want to just comment on that?
If I could just add on that, the ability of the select board to create such a court, you don't have that authority at this point. And that was part of the board's difficulty in the Housing Board of Review, in that my reading of it is that the majority of the board wanted the powers to go further than what are authorized by the legislative authority. So not only can we look at, going to the legislature to create housing courts, but it could be as simple as a legislative amendment to that section in Title IX. Now, the board can't do this, but the state legislature could, to give authority to housing boards created under that statute to increase their jurisdiction. That is a possibility, and that's not as big an engagement as creating a whole court of housing. Not to say that having a housing court is not a good thing. It might be a lower hanging fruit to try to go after. But we're getting a little off topic, but I'll be quiet.
No, I mean, that makes a good point. Did any other board members want to jump in, or we'll just go forward with, I think Bob understands that we'd love to understand a little bit more about that possibility. Yeah, okay. Trevor is next.
Hello?
Hello.
There's video. Yeah, let me just start by, I wanted to thank Ian for separating the housing board from the security deposits ordinance, because as Jackson said, those were two different things for us. I just really quick wanted to go over some numbers, because I get that the housing review board was brought up over the concern of like risk and risky tenants. I just wanted to say that housing prices in Vermont have gone up 23% since the start of the pandemic. We know over 60% of Brattleboro are tenants. We know 25% people are paying more than 30% of their monthly income for rent, and another 25% are paying over 50%. So we're talking about asking someone potentially to give up a month and a half's worth of rent for a new place. I also wanted to point out that the press in New York and in New Hampshire, before the ordinances were passed there, all said it would be the end of the real estate market. It would be too much risk for landlords. It would scare them off. That did not turn out to be the case. Also, we have looked into risk mitigation funds in Orlando, Portland, Seattle, and Denver. These were for the riskiest tenants to relocate people and to protect landlords willing to take on that risk. And between 2009 and 2016, they were used an average of one time in each city. And in some of those cities, they were never used. So we just don't think that this is that big a concern. Also, we know the courts are slow. They're also very expensive for legal advice and such. So that comes down on tenants as well. Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. This is just a simple thing that would make it easier for people to get housing. We don't think it's undue risk on the landlords, and it's really needed right now. So thank you for your time in discussing this.
Hey, Trevor, before you go, do you think you could get me some of those numbers? Oops.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, absolutely. I know that the rent burden statistics were from Sue and the planning board, and absolutely I can put together references for those other numbers and send that in an email to the select board.
Thank you. Because that's great to have the data and the sources. And also, just for your information, it seems like you're going in the wrong direction on the population of tenancy. Sue has said that it's more like 50%, and you went from 60 to 65. So let's try to reach.
Oh, sorry, I said 60, I believe, but if I misspoke, that's my bad. Yeah.
It's fine. I just want to make sure that we're dealing with the same numbers. It looked like Sue researched it and came up with closer to 50%, which is certainly still a large number, half, in fact.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I'll double check. I thought I had 59. I figured 60 was
No worries.
But, no, but thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Trevor.
Cool. We have, whoops, here's my timer. Next, I'm going to mispronounce. Brutven could be a number of things, probably, but I know I've seen the name before. Hello.
Hi, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't bother to change it. Its first name is Ananda.
Oh,
Ananda. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have too much to say. I just wanted to say that I really support this proposal, and I'm really glad that you guys are moving forward with it. I'm really thankful that it's come back around. I also want to thank everybody in the community for coming out and speaking so much in favor of this proposal. I feel like that really made a difference. And I hope that you were all able to see just like how much this would affect positive change in this town for at least 50% of the population here. I also just wanted to say, I don't know, I feel like it's important for me to point out that, you know, Jason Cooper was just speaking and he was talking a lot about mom and pop landlords. And I just think that's a little bit duplicitous because he is the largest landlord, or at least one of the largest landlords in town. And I just wanted to kind of point out that, you know, giving that as much merit as you did, maybe, I don't know, it just felt like it was kind of coming from a duplicitous kind of perspective. And I just wanted to point that out. But in general, thank you so much. And I'm really glad that you're supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Ananda. So just to give an update, we had a couple more people come on, and also right at the end is Dory, which I think is the same as Doran. Might be on a different laptop now or whatever. So let's end with Dory, if that's okay with everybody, because people are being kind about the amount of time. And Ralph is next. Hi, Ralph, can you hear us, see us? Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ralph.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks.
I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I just got a quick question. How is this going to be enforceable, and what is the penalty?
Good questions.
Peter's going to tell you that.
He's my neighbor, so he better speak carefully.
Oh, we're in trouble.
He was going to ask Bob.
Okay,
to help
I
you with
figured,
that.
but Bob wasn't on
Bob
my
used to
screen.
be my attorney, so he better speak carefully.
Now.
We're gonna make Bob come up if he hasn't gone to the restroom. Hi, Bob. Thank you.
I'm back. So with regard to the enforcement, this would be ticketed. So if we're going to have the limitations and of not having first, last, and security, so if that were brought to the town's attention, then the town would investigate that and give a civil ticket to the landlord that is violating that. So I think we had in there that we can enforce that through the Judicial Bureau. We have civil penalties of not more than $100 per violation, and also the ability to go to Superior Court if need be. So those were the several things that we spoke about regarding enforcement.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks for the straightforward question there, Ralph. Next is Ibrahim. And Brandy, remind me, is that, I thought you reminded us. Ibrahim, did I say your name right? I feel like I get it wrong each time.
I remember.
Well, I think you corrected me last time, if I remember correctly.
Oh, well, I must have been feeling smart.
Pronouncing it correctly is Ibrahim, but I don't expect you to get all the. So Ibrahim is great. Brahim is also good.
Okay.
You know, that's short for it. So any of those. Abraham, not so much. Not that I have anything against Abraham, but it's not my name. But Brahim or Ibrahim, you know.
Either way, welcome.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Well, Thank you again for having me. Again, I'll keep it brief. I first want to sort of thank you for removing the board of review, because I do think that's a good move from both the landlord and tenant perspective. And I'm also grateful that you're willing to sort of look at this in a year and see what the impact has been. We're all speculating one way or the other, but until we have the data, we won't know for sure. And I'm not going to make arguments one way or the other. You've all heard the arguments. You understand the extra risk to landlords, the potential benefits to some groups of tenants and not others potentially. The only thing I want to put out there is, this conversation has created sort of an awareness of the housing crisis in Brattleboro and the concerns on both the tenant and landlord perspective. And there was hope that this board could be a vehicle to resolve some of these, but clearly it's not. And we're left with a vacuum for dealing with issues. This ordinance, you can argue whether or not it will affect incentives for creating new housing. I don't think anybody argues it will incentivize creating more rental properties in Brattleboro. I'd like to see, a lot of the issues of the housing crisis addressed, and I think many other landlords do as well. And so if there's any mechanism or opportunity facilitated by the board or not to bring together landlords and tenants to work on real solution and address some of these concerns, I'd love to be a part of it. So I'll just put that out there. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Tenant is next.
Better not be Jacob.
What's that?
I said it better not be Jacob from earlier.
Oh,
Tim's already forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Good for you, Tim.
My mom voice.
Hello, it's not Jacob. My name is Sophia, and I'm a tenant in Brattleboro. I guess I've been following this ongoing conversation, and I just want to say that I'm really happy to see it move forward. I've just been hearing a lot about this and talking with friends about it, and I think we're all really excited to actually see it come through. I don't know what it was brought up about the Housing Board of Review. I feel like from my understanding of everything going on, it doesn't feel like something particularly necessary, and it also, I guess, wasn't in the original proposal. So I don't know. That doesn't seem contentious to me. I think it's important that things continue moving forward as they are, because I think now is always a good time to kind of go ahead and make change where we can, even if it's not creating housing stock immediately, I guess, but just helping to resolve issues in what we do have here now. I'm glad. I think a lot of people will be happy to see this, so thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sophia. Next is Josh Wyman.
Hi, all.
Hello.
So as a renter in Brattleboro, I just want to say thank you for taking this up again, and also providing a space for the community to continue to have this discussion. As others have said, it is a very important issue that we need to really consider, right? Housing is something that everybody needs and has a right to. So making sure that everybody can access it is really important, and I'm glad that we're moving forward with this. So thank you, everybody, for all the work that you're doing on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Josh. And thanks to everybody for keeping it concise and moving us along. James Weatherly is next.
Good evening, all, and thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I know I came in right under the wire, So glad to do that. I am a resident and tenant here in Ward 2 in Brattleboro, and I just wanted to speak, and I'm glad I have a chance because I have a conflict on the 15th, ironically with another public hearing, on why this is a really important ordinance to be able to limit this high bar of entry for folks who want to call Brattleboro home. And that's that my own personal story is that I graduated college in 2019 and took a job here in the region. And I relocated here from the Midwest, went to a large Midwestern university, and I'm a New England native, and I grew up in New Hampshire and knew Brattleboro really well. I knew of this community. I knew how special it was, and the energy it has, and the great community it has. And when I first relocated here, I wanted to move to Brattleboro. I wanted to call this place home. And just looking at the numbers and the financial realities, when I looked at housing here, me and my partner just couldn't make it work. We couldn't make the numbers work. And so I had to choose another community in this region, and I had to diligently save for a year. I have the blessing of being a young professional, starting an excellent job here in this region. But that high bar, it was a challenge, and it took a year of really pre-planning. And even after a year, it was difficult to try to secure housing, and a big part of that is the high bar of that 3 months. It may not seem like much, but it really is, especially for someone who's just starting out the career. So we're talking about, trying to counter the trends of an aging population, of a declining population, of really following up on some of the major goals in the Southern Vermont SEDS. I think I'm really glad to see this move forward. And I think reducing that high bar to call this place home for young professionals is really key. So just wanted to throw my own personal touch on that, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk, and thank you for taking this up again.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James. And James wins my prize because you're the first person to say SEDS in this meeting. So. Tip of the hat. Mark is next. And Ian, you haven't given me my secret words. You have to text them.
Yeah. Thank you. I wanted to kind of put an economics perspective on this. And, we know the basics of economics was supply and demand. So my understanding looking at it is the problem that everyone is agreeing to is that the overall problem there's not enough supply of housing in Brattleboro. And as a landlord, I help manage and run 2 buildings in town. So we're...
Uh-oh.
That's just me again?
No.
We might have gotten a blip there, Mark, if you can hear me. Hang on. And I felt like I was going to like your point.
Increases the demand.
Oh, sorry, Mark. We're all laughing because you froze.
We missed everything, basically.
I see it saying there.
Yeah, so I think we got basically
Supply and demand.
Did I get to the bar?
Supply and demand, and then you should start back there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
If you
So,
don't.
sorry about that. Hopefully the internet holds up here. So basically, my point is that this ordinance works on the demand side, not on the supply side. And everybody seems to agree that there's not enough supply in town. So I think from the tenant perspective, perversely, if I'm a tenant who could come up with, of course, I'm in the landlord side of this discussion, but if I was a tenant who could come up with first, last, and security, I would actually be against this ordinance because now there's going to be more people applying for the same amount of housing. So from the landlord perspective, basically all I'm going to get from this, if this ordinance passes, is a longer list of people applying for my apartments. Instead of getting 10 applicants, maybe I'll get 15. But there's going to be no more extra housing. So I think in general, again, if you're a tenant who can meet that high bar, you would be against this because this creates more competition for you without creating more housing. And again, it does nothing to incentivize landlords to put out the huge amount of money. It's really expensive to build new housing compared to, so I understand why people aren't building much new housing. It's just so wildly expensive. So just the summary is I was saying, I think this actually is going to hurt the people it's supposed to be helping. So I would say keep it off. As the previous person said, they diligently saved for a year to be able to reach the high bar, and then they were able to get themselves housing. Whereas maybe even if they had saved for that time, there would then be so many more applicants for the same housing. So yeah, we need a solution, but the solution needs to be on the supply side, and this is on the demand side. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next is Gary for his second appearance.
Yeah, hi guys, how you doing? Quick question: what was the name of that committee that you mentioned that we were going to try? Does it exist, or is it something that you're going to create down
Gary,
the road?
are you trying to join this committee? It hasn't
Trying to
even
join a committee that
started
doesn't
yet.
even exist.
No.
No, you're done with the committees.
I had a new name for it called the
No.
Common Grounds Committee for Housing. That's a good committee name. I just figured I'd throw it out there, something, you know.
Well, that's a very good name, but we got rid of it because we knew that you couldn't serve on another.
Oh man, you know, I was so psyched up about that too, getting ready to jump in on the boat. But something like that is good, you know, to have someone that's the middle ground for the landlords. And that, like you were saying before, how the courts are backed up. Even now, and here it is December, and with the COVID and everything, and with them saying about housing and evictions and all that, somebody that can be a mediator or go-between for that person, like a concierge, and sit down, sort of like a teamster, and sit down and see something that's common and that they can both agree on. That's, you know, pretty much, you know, it's a consensus and say, look, this is something we can do. I just think that might be a thought also.
I just, Gary, you might have missed it, but we did, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to let you know that we did give Bob, the town attorney, some instructions to take a look at, is there an option to make it more fair to both parties, a more judicial-like?
Right.
Well, he's going to look into that. But as it exists now, as described, and as we are limited, the Housing Board of Review is no longer on the table for this ordinance.
Oh, so that'd be like a next year table.
Well, who knows? We have to hear from Bob, and we not really allowed to talk about it too much because it's not warned, you know. So
right, gotcha. It's a germane
we'll have to see what happens.
All right, well, if that does come up, please, you know how to reach me.
We'll get you on the hotline. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary. Just to remind people, Dick DeGray is next. Just to remind people, we were going to cut off at Dory, and I will try to make that happen if that's okay with the board, because we're right up against 7:30. So we did have a couple more people join us, but I was going to give Dory the last word on this. Dick.
Thank you, Tim. I did have a conversation with a couple of board members. Jason Cooper's comment was right on. In fact, I made the comment this morning when I had a conversation with Ian that this does have the potential to hurt the mom and pop homeowners. Somebody misses 2 or 3 months rent, you can't evict them at this time. That has a huge financial impact. So just because Jason said it, and Jason's one of the larger landlords in town, he's hitting the mark right on. You can't poo-poo something if you don't like to hear it. You know, one of the things that people don't realize, what drives the cost of our rents, is that we have a ordinance for trash pickup. And if you're a building owner, a landlord with 5 tenants or more, you don't get trash pickup. And so you're paying to have a dumpster for your tenants to remove their trash. So there's these little costs that add up that I'm paying, you're paying for trash pickup for the rest of the town, but in your building, you don't get trash pickup. One of the things that the board did this year to try to control some costs was when Daniel made the motion to reduce the sewerage rate when you were doing the rates for the water and sewer. And so that has a financial impact. Now you guys are doing the budget right now, and so your decisions have a huge, huge impact on what gets what the tax rates are, and that gets passed on to the tenants. And what happens at town meetings. So if you're a town meeting member and you're wanting to spend all this money all the time on things that you think, you know, are great and wonderful, that has an impact on the whole community. So everybody that's part of this conversation needs to be aware of how we spend our money and what we do and the services that we want, because it does have a huge impact, not only on big building owners, but on tenants. Tenants are taxpayers. I've said that from day one, way back in the early 90s when I was a town meeting member and certainly a select board member. So I still believe you've got to find some sort of, I was disappointed when Bob talked about the CDBG money not being able to use as some sort of fund to help a landlord. I do have a question because I don't remember and I'm getting older, but is there any way that you can use surplus money to set up this fund as a safeguard for landlords?
So let me just jump in real quick with something. Dick, you may not have realized that I did ask for a clarification on the CDGB money thing, and that's certainly relevant to the conversation. And Bob's going to be coming back with that, I guess, final judgment or whatever in his final opinion. I'm losing my words already. It's too early. Because I wanted a clarification on if it's like capital damages, why wouldn't it be able to be used? I don't know on your second question if, Peter, you wanted to take a crack at that really quick, but I think we'll have to move on after that, if that's okay.
There is a really quick answer to it, which is unassigned fund balance can be allocated by representative town meeting. So you know, we normally look to use that for one-time expenses rather than recurring expenses. But if the board wanted to propose and town meeting did approve, then accumulated fund balance could be used to establish the risk pool.
Thanks, Dick. And we're going to let Dory have the last word. Apologies to people who jumped on. Please reach out on the 15th and also via email and all kinds of different ways.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, wait.
Oh yeah, there might be another.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Little feedback.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Yes.
All right, great. Hey guys, you guys have heard from me before. My name is Doran Ham. I'm a tenant of Brattleboro. I just want to thank you guys for moving forward in this direction. I have a lot of faith in this select board. I appreciate that you want so many statistics and so much nice and precise data to move forward, because that means you're moving forward in the right way. I also just want to say that so like as a member of this town, I listened to a couple of the last tenants talk about supply and demand. Not a single one of them mentioned a pandemic. They just didn't, because for them it's not so close. Obviously it's scary for all of us, but if you're at fear of being evicted, this is so much scarier, so much scarier. So I listened to them, and Mark talked about, if I was a tenant, he's not a tenant. He does not know what it is to struggle, to not have enough food, to be worried about paying your rent, and to go to the street. So it's like, this is just a drop in the bucket. This is a tiny little proposal in the progress forward to making this town equitable. And I know like so many of the select board, like Ian, Brandy, Daniel, like Tim, like I know you when you first entered office way back, because I also go way back with the town, like you talked about how much you wanted to make this town be equitable and like fight for that. And like that's like the heart of being a member of the select board. And like it's just I applaud you all for making the jump into land of the unknown, because that's always scary. To do things that are different is always scary. To like blaze new paths, which is always scary. But it's just so important to, like, when I listen to a couple landlords speak, you can always tell when a landlord has actually gone from a place of needing to survive as opposed to a place of privilege. And I just always want us as a community to continue to look at how can we make sure that we raise up the voices of those of less privilege, and that we listen to those of privilege, but we cannot account those of a couple of few and their financial gain over that of 50% of the town. And I think that's just always what I want to pull it back to. So I really appreciate all for the work you're doing and like the time spent at the town. I really appreciate Peter and like Sue and the crew of the town. You guys are doing your due diligence, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Dory.
Jim, can I say something that I think is important? And I don't want to steal anything from Daniel, but because Dory mentioned possibility of eviction, I just wanted to say that oh gosh, I'm so used to speaking in acronyms. The Vermont State, Daniel, is that right? Vermont State
Rental Housing Stabilization Program.
The rent stabilization program ends on the 11th of December. I just wanted to put that out there because I felt like that was pretty upcoming. So it's a really easy application. I just did it myself. The landlord stuff, the landlord has to do something too, but it's like a W-9. And the reason you have to do that is because you're receiving money. That's super common. When I was doing donations for BSNL, if we were going to give you a donation, we also had to have a W-9, a direct deposit form, a certification, just really easy stuff. Don't be afraid to apply. The application's the easiest thing I've ever filled out, and I hate paperwork. It's one page. It's literally mostly your name and address. It's not income verification, none of that. So if you're in a pickle right now, from any time from December back, apply. It ends on the 11th.
Thanks for pointing that out, Brandy. Yeah, that does remind me of a couple of queries. I think Liz was going to interrogate Daniel at some point about some of the SEVCA programs, but we're not going to do that now.
Okay.
But you're on notice, Daniel.
Yeah.
Well, we might want to get the housing case manager interrogated rather than me, but we can certainly try. I just can't promise to give you the exact information you're looking for.
Yeah, well, I'm more in the spirit of there are several programs out there. I know they don't work for everybody, but SEVCA has some pretty cool things going on. Yeah. Not a plug for SEVCA.
I never think of us as cool.
Yeah, definitely.
So cool.
They're cool opportunities. Sorry. In a nerdy outfit. So thank you, everybody. I think we're going to move to new business, if it's okay with everyone. And that's exciting because that's almost 7:30 now. We're going to be discussing a very exciting new supportive housing project that some folks might have heard about through the newspaper, etc. And we're going to be joined, I think, by Elizabeth Bridgewater and Josh Davis, two highly beloved and influential people in our community. How's that for an introduction?
Hey, Josh.
Very generous, very generous.
I thought it was generous, especially in your case, Josh.
Yeah, I'll second that. And Daniel, Sevka is cool.
Okay.
Yeah. The shelter is starting to look like the blueprint. I drove by today and I went, "Ooh, that looks like the picture."
Isn't that getting exciting?
It was wild because I feel like maybe I was just spacing out last week, but I didn't have that feeling last week. And I drove by this morning and I went, "Oh my gosh, that looks like the picture," whatever. Maybe not the blueprint, whatever, the concept.
Rendering.
The rendering. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Yes, they're starting to get the siding on the front of the building, so it is taking shape.
And welcome, Elizabeth, as well. With your addition, we have like a full-on Hollywood Squares, which always pleases me. It's good balance. Brandy's in my center, but I think it's different for everyone. So
I think I'm
welcome.
gonna start us off. Thank you. Thank you so much for putting us on the agenda. I also have my colleague Pete Padges here. And yep, there he comes up. So
there goes the Hollywood Squares.
Those are Hollywood Squares, man.
So this is a really important presentation for us because this project was an opportunity that came along in response to the pandemic. And like a lot of the programs that sprung up in response to this health crisis, it was a very fast process. And so normally we do, a fair amount of community outreach and sharing what our plans are as we're going through a process. And we had to focus more on actually getting it done and accessing the funding that was available and doing the planning. And it's been a bit of a wild ride. So we're trying to catch up on the outreach and letting the community know what's going on. And so this is a part of that effort. So thank you for putting us on the agenda. So I just want to share kind of how we got here and where we are. And I know Pete's been managing the construction process and can share some of what's happening on the construction side. And then Josh is going to jump in and talk about the supportive services side. But we're really excited. As you all know, when the pandemic started, Vermonters really dug in and made some really bold moves immediately by getting folks into temporary housing almost overnight. And really, as Josh puts it, in a flash, homelessness was solved in some ways. It was temporary, but literally nobody was on the street and everybody had a safe and a place to, stay safe and stay home and adhere to the governor's order. But of course, that was a very expensive endeavor and not one that was sustainable in the long run. So once that initial wave of response was put in place, legislators and housing advocates and homelessness advocates got together to think about what the long-term solutions were to making sure that everyone in our community had a safe place to be during this health crisis, and then hopefully in the long run too. So a lot of folks got together to think about how to allocate some of the CARES Act funding. And so $32 million was allocated to the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board to administer. And it was really designed for two purposes. One was to help organizations like ours buy infrastructure and either rehab it, or if it was already in great shape, acquire it for more permanent housing for folks. And then also for shelter providers to make their shelters more COVID friendly, if you will. And so those were kind of the two uses of the funds. So we were able to successfully capture some of these funds for Brattleboro, which is really exciting, about $2.3 million. And we Josh and I had some initial conversations early on about, what would be the right setting. And we were kind of laying out our variables and what would work for both organizations and for the community. And some of the considerations that we had were the capacity of both organizations to manage the project and support the folks that were living there. Something that was sizable enough to have a real impact so that we could feel like we were making a difference. And obviously the quality of the actual building, because it couldn't be a location that needed too much investment, because we had a short window of time to acquire it and do any necessary rehab. So kind of the quality of the building itself was also a consideration. And then for us, we were also looking at kind of long-term possibilities and wanting to make sure we were looking at locations that were really suitable for housing, because there's some motel properties that are in more commercial districts and that are less neighborhood-like, and we wanted folks to land in a place that was neighborhoody and residential. And so we ended up focusing on what was then called the Dalem Chalet, where we didn't buy the name, so we're calling it the Chalet Project as a way to maintain some of the historic legacy but not use a name that we didn't purchase. And we approached, actually our board president, Danny Frizzi, and I approached Mrs. Dalem, I think it was in June, just to sit down and see if she was interested in selling the property. And we began a conversation with her that lasted several months. We came to an agreement in September, and we purchased the property on September 23rd and had a very short window to pull all the pieces in place that include the pretty kind of moderate rehab that we're doing to the property, and getting prepared with Groundworks Collaborative to have the right staffing in place to be able to support the residents, and and working with the Vermont State Housing Authority on the rental subsidies that will help the residents pay rent. So it's been a really exciting project to date, and we're on track to finish in mid-December with the construction. The results will be, there's 36, I'm calling them homes, even though some of them are, tiny homes because they're basically hotel rooms, but they will become permanent home for folks. There's 36 of these on the property. One is the farmhouse. There's 7 apartments in what we're calling the mini chalet in the back. And then there's 28 rooms in the kind of chalet proper. Some of them have already been occupied, and those folks have been invited to stay, and many of them are. In fact, the majority of them are staying. So that right now that we've got 19 rooms that are unoccupied that will be ready for folks moving out of the motel and hotels that they've been living in temporarily. So I'm going to turn it to Pete to talk about a little bit about some of the construction we're doing there. And then Josh is going to jump in and talk about supportive services. But just want to thank everybody, and I'll be around to answer questions when we get through the presentation.
Thanks, Elizabeth. As people who have driven by the property probably noticed, the property itself isn't really changing too much. We're not doing a lot of site work, just a lot of cleaning things up around there and fixing some code compliance issues. A lot of the construction is really related to life safety issues and code compliance around multifamily residences. So we're installing a new sprinkler system, a modern a whole building fire alarm system with the call box, the automatic call box to the fire department. Fixing some electrical issues, and then just replacing some worn finishes. The property itself is in reasonably good condition, but it is at this point 60-ish years old, and some things like flooring and carpeting are in need of upgrades. So that's really what we're concentrating on. And as Elizabeth said, it's been a wild ride. We only had about 2.5 months really to take the project from start to finish. So we're on that schedule. We're working with GPI Construction, who I'm sure a lot of people on the meeting are familiar with, and they've been doing a fantastic job of managing all the construction work. And as Elizabeth said, things are on track and to be completed, and the property will actually look pretty similar to as it did in the past. We've been working with the Division of Historic Preservation. As the property is, since it's over 50 years old, it's considered historic and a good example of chalet style construction from the 1960s, according to SHPO. So we're keeping with that, and hope to have a great project for the next long while. So pass it off to Josh.
Thanks, Peter. Just to underscore from the services side, first and foremost, this is housing that is targeting chronically homeless individuals. As Elizabeth said, the motels opened up. State of Vermont was really ahead of the curve on this. It's amazing. And so we were able to get so many people who were experiencing homelessness into the motels, into shelter. And then, the big question now is, where do folks go? And to echo some of the themes of the previous conversation before we started talking, there is not a lot of vacancies in the community. And we have over 180 people in motels right now in Brattleboro alone. And so it's a staggering figure. And although we are experiencing an incredible number of resources in our community, right before we talked, you named a couple that are accessible through SEVCA. This money that we're talking about here, the money that is keeping the motels open, there's also money for housing supports. It's really challenging to move people from motels back into housing, just given the limited stock. So the fact that we're able to bring new units online is nothing short of amazing, especially given this time frame. I just want to underscore the blistering speed. That's become my phrase for this. The blistering speed within which this project has moved. This is not a process that is built for speed. And so we're taking a square peg and shoving it just as quickly and delicately as we can into a round hole to get this project done. And so the beauty of this project is that we have experience working together, these two organizations, beloved organizations in this community. I know I'm biased, but I think we do pretty spectacular work and do spectacular work together. And we've worked on Great River Terrace, which is a very similar model. And it's called permanent supportive housing in wonky terms. But what that means is that it's permanent in the sense that the person coming in signs a lease. And so they're a tenant and they have tenant rights. The other piece of that is that there's some sort of subsidy on site to help support people making rent that can be dialed up and dialed down based on people's income. And then there are services on site, again, that can be dialed up and dialed down as people need. And so Groundworks will be the primary service provider on the space, the Chalet. And we'll take our learning that we have from Great River Terrace and apply it in this new model. So we'll be there most of the day from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. And we are in the process right now of getting people lined up, filling out applications. I'm not sure if you're aware of the amount of paperwork that it takes to get somebody leased up, both for the housing trust and the subsidies that we're using. So it's significant and it's a time-intensive process. So we have started that process now to get people ready to move in just as quickly as we can. We're also going to have, one of the questions that I get a lot is, what does transportation look like? It is right there on the bus line. It's out in West B. There's not too many great places to purchase food out there. So we will have a van on site that staff will use to support tenants that are out there, very much in the same way that we work at Great River Terrace. We're also going to have a satellite food shelf that FoodWorks will make sure stays maintained. And we've learned as well, Loaves and Fishes, the folks over there are going to be providing some meal support. So big shout out to Ruth Bob and that whole crew. I know Gary's on this call. He's done some cooking down there. Really great folks, and we appreciate their support. I guess I'll pause there, and just to say, if folks are listening and interested in getting involved, we are actively hiring. Please check our website. If you want to get involved with what's going on with Groundworks and this great project, we could use you.
Nice. Thank all three of you for good presentation there. It's pretty exciting, and lightning speed certainly was something that came to my mind with this. Brandy?
I get to go first. So let's just put in a plug for Groundworks being a fantastic employer, a kind and fun group of people to work with, and the clients are some of the most interesting and beautiful humans that you will ever meet in your life, and I can promise you that.
Thank you.
Just to shed some light on the beautiful things that Vermont has done, I've been going back and forth since Josh has been talking, and I've decided I'm going to just say the name of the town. So one of my best friends lives in Northampton, where if you've ever visited there, let's just say pre-Rona, you know that the struggle there for unhoused people is pretty serious, and they did not make the choice to open their hotels. And so while we were all isolating, think like April, that fear, that panic, we're isolating. Our unhoused humans are safe and warm in hotel rooms with their own bathroom. In Northampton, the unhoused population was still sleeping on the sidewalk, and still is. So what we have done in this state is a really big deal, and it's not happening in what I would consider to be one of the more progressive towns in our kind of immediate driving to area. Like, I would almost think Northampton would do it before Brattleboro, you know, that kind of. So I was pretty stunned about that. And then anecdotally, I want to say that I'm still connected to a couple of my clients that do live at the Delam Chalet, and they're ecstatic about what's going on. They tell me every time I see them, they give me a complete status update of all of the progress, including sheetrock, everything I need to know about what's being done there. And the excitement and the relief and the just joy of what's coming up is something I actually have the privilege to hear about several times a month. So thank you for all of that work. It's also a lovely property with a lovely view. And if you've ever gone up there, the moment you drive down and park your car and get out, it's kind of quiet, even though it's right on Western Ave, and it's nestled in this lovely field with bright sunshine and a view of the mountain. And so it's going to be good quality place for people to live and thrive. So thank you. Go work at Groundworks.
Please.
Randy, I'm glad you called out Vermont, because I think one of the things that's been so inspiring about this project is the impact that it's going to have for the people that'll live there. That's really like sort of the frontline inspiration. But secondary was just how incredible the process was, working with the legislators and with the housing advocacy community, the Vermont State Housing Authority, the Vermont Conservation Board, Groundworks. I mean, just to align all of those variables, the resources, the capacity, the strategy, some of the serendipitous things that happen. I mean, it was really kind of breathtaking. And I think we're doing something really important and in a really otherwise pretty stressful time. So I think Vermont is kind of a shining beacon in the country right now. And this is one example of that. So I'm glad that you called that out. I feel that way too.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Elizabeth. Ian had a hand up.
Yeah, I really appreciate this presentation. I think it is at least part of the answer to, I think, the question that a lot of people had when we first heard about what the state was doing of like, so what's going to happen when they don't put people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, when they don't let them be in the hotels and the motels anymore? I think it was a really reasonable question. And I think it's really great to present this and to, at least have a bit of an answer to that. I had a couple of questions, so I'm just going to list them off. My first are the 180 people who are currently in motels and hotels in Brattleboro, are they all individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness in Brattleboro, or is it varying degrees dependent on the situation? Depending on that, how is it chosen for who will be in the 19 units that'll be at the Chalet? Are the services that are offered at the Chalet different than the services offered at the other Groundworks facility? And I think that's it.
All right, so let me make sure that I got those. The first one is about the folks that are in the motels. Are they all chronically homeless individuals? We say chronically homeless individuals. That's a very prescriptive definition for the length of time and duration, episodic times of experiencing homelessness. So no, not everybody in the motels right now would be considered chronically homeless. This ties into the next question that you have around prioritization.
Yeah.
So we do have a robust prioritization plan. The community uses something called coordinated entry, which is what we try to do is take people's housing need and match that with the most appropriate housing solution. And so this particular project is meant for chronically homeless folks that need significant supports. And so that would be part of the prioritization list based on duration of homelessness. They're going to rise to the top of the list, and the need, whether that's physical health issues, it could be substance use issues, mental health challenges that folks are facing. Those would all be indicators of those needs, which ties into the services. Are all the services the same? We have different programs that have different expectations and needs from them. We have a year-round shelter that serves individuals and families. We have the motel-based services now, which is a whole thing that we're kind of building the boat as we're going. And then we have Great River Terrace. I think at the core with the services is relationship. And so that's the theme that will drive our services throughout the entire organization, is that the key is creating relationships with folks. And then based on what program people are in, is helping them be as successful as possible in those programs. So when we're looking at what's going on at the Chalet, we want to support people in being really great tenants out there. And so we will dial up and dial down services based on challenges around paying rent or challenges around getting connected to medical facilities or what have you. And so I hope that sheds some light, and I think Elizabeth wants to add too.
Yeah, I just wanted to add another layer in that the property itself is, it's much larger than Great River Terrace, and the dining hall is a larger community space, and the banquet hall is a very large space. And then there's, 17 acres out there. So I think one of the reasons why we were so intrigued with the property and so excited about the possibilities is that I think there's a lot of room in the future post-COVID when we can start gathering again in really utilizing the property in ways that can engage the broader community. And there's been some folks that have been reaching out to us during the construction phase, expressing interest in community meals. We've talked to the folks at the Strolling of the Heifers about using that, large dining facility for larger community meals. Some of the churches in the neighborhood have expressed interest. So I think, the elementary school expressed interest in some programs with the kids around teaching empathy. So we've had some really cool conversations with the broader community, and we haven't been able to dive into them in depth because one, we can't gather right now, but also we're so focused on just getting this property online. But I'm really excited about the integration of the folks that are going to live there with the broader community, and the building itself lends itself to some overlap. And so I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. And I think we're all really excited by the possibilities.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
My kiddos go to that school. Let's do that.
Liz.
Thank you. It was a great presentation. I just have a couple questions. I'm gathering from what you've said that this is primarily single individuals, or are there families? And I also wonder, what is the outreach to the neighborhood and how has that been going?
It is primarily individuals that will be in the units. Most of the units are relatively small. There is, as Elizabeth said, there is a farmhouse on the property there. So there is some opportunity for families. And I will say the outreach has been modest at this point. We've sent out a letter, we put out press releases, we've connected with the direct abutters. And I think a lot of that is based on the speed within which this project is moving. But we have every intention of creating community, as Elizabeth was saying, and connecting with folks that are in Westby in general, but specifically on South Street in the very near term in more robust ways.
Yeah, Josh and I have had several one-on-one meetings with folks when it was warmer and we could sit outside on the property. And so we have done some personal outreach, and we couldn't reach everybody in that manner with the time frame we had, so we ended up sending a letter. We're hoping to host a community forum once we get finished with the property. We're working on a video so that we can kind of give folks a virtual tour. So we're trying to, plan for ways to engage people in the conversation as we get the property online.
Well, thank you. I don't see any hands up, I should say. And I did want to remind people, Gary, you're going to do this to me. I'm about to take a break, but just want to remind people that these folks aren't before us seeking any kind of authorization. It's not within our purview, but we welcome them because it's certainly something we're all excited about, and it helps get the word out. And so again, thank you very much to all three of you. And Gary, do you want to send us into our break? We do need to take a break as soon as you...
I'm going to send you on a positive note. I just want to say, Josh, as we say in New York, oh my God, I love what you did to the place. It's beautiful. It's fabulous. Ferris, Kathy, and I walked by there, did our walk, and I got him out the house finally.
Nice.
So, yeah, I was looking at that. And if you have a kitchen in there at any given time and you need help, please feel free to reach out to me. And if you have a community that you're putting together, committee or anything, please don't hesitate. Give me a call.
Thanks, Gary.
I'll be more than happy to help you. And quick question now, as far as with the essential workers, I could say I wanted to give a shout out to FoodWorks during the COVID, just as a reminder that they were out there also in the forefront, even when we were shut down, and still delivering food out to these people. And they did a fabulous job and coordinating this in such little time without much help from other places in the community that came together that really did a lot. And to continue on doing this and then getting together with the community, that's what's important. And I just want to say thank you, Josh, for them also too. Christine's been fabulous, and then the other workers down there too. And I'll definitely connect with you with some other information that I have that be beneficial too to help out with the food works and the drop-in.
Thanks so much, Gary.
Absolutely, 100%.
I appreciate it.
You guys have a good one. Stay safe.
You too.
Thanks, Gary, for the.
Foodworks is there for all of us. I used them 3 times.
Thank you, Brandy. Please do. Yeah, we're absolutely there.
I had 2 deliveries, and today I did a pickup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks all around. And board, I'd love to take a break. What do you think?
I need to take a break.
All right.
Make a run.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Bye, Josh. It's good to see you. Bye, Elizabeth.
It's good to see you.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Josh. We're going to take a break until 8:15.
Okay.
See you then.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Well, thanks everybody for holding on over the break. Oh, wait, we don't have Brandy, do we?
No, not yet.
We have, well, yeah,
We
no.
could still queue up our
Yeah.
special guests, which I believe are going to be Kate and Stephanie telling us about.
Brandy's raising her hand. She might have trouble getting in.
Oh.
Patrick can help with that, I expect.
Or she may be telling us she'll be a moment.
I'll text her.
And then we'll have, as soon as that's dealt with, we'll have Kate and Stephanie.
There she is.
So I think,
There I am.
oh, hi,
I
Brandy.
was stuck. I couldn't get in. Oh, let me put my hand down.
Thank you. You know how much that disturbs me. If
I know it does. It would disturb me too.
Next up, we're going to hear about the Community Marketing Initiative from the DBA and the BACC, the Chamber, and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate. Nice to see your face.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Kate.
Hey.
Yes.
I miss you a little.
I know. I don't go out anymore.
Just a little. Just a little.
Just a little. As you
Not
can
too
see
much.
my face.
Stephanie joining us, or?
She is there.
Okay.
I know she's out there.
How's it going downtown at the Chamber?
You know, it's kind of a bizarre place to be. We want people to come, but we have to tell them they can't. So it's
Right.
Come lately.
yeah. There's Stephanie.
Hey, Steph. Hi.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hello. Hello.
Welcome. And, well, take it away if you'd like.
Sure. I'm gonna start. And both Stephanie and I appreciate the opportunity. Once again, felt like just a month ago we were here. I just want to make one quick comment that's related to Love Brattleboro before I get into the pitch. And it was wonderful earlier in the meeting to hear that sales tax revenues are up. But I just want to remind everybody that those revenues include online sales. So it's not necessarily reflective of a healthy bricks and mortar economy here in Brattleboro. So that's why we need Love Brattleboro to help our bricks and mortar stores, restaurants, and everybody. So that's my little mini pitch. And what we're here tonight to talk to you about is, as you know, in town meeting in September, town meeting allocated $43,748 for the second year of our marketing initiative. It is, you folks have to give us the okay to go ahead and the okay for Peter to cut us a check and send it to us. So we're here today just to give you the plan for the next year, and hopefully you'll find it acceptable. Our plan pretty much is to continue exactly what we're doing with the whole Love Brattleboro branding. We have the social media, the Love Brattleboro VT hashtag we're going to continue with. The goal of the campaign is the same, which is to get visitors to come to Brattleboro. And obviously we'd like them to spend money here, which, as we know, helps all of us. We're going to continue to do the highlighting of what makes us special here. It's the people, it's the places, it's the events. So that will not change. The one thing that we're going to do is hiring a marketing professional. We're going to put an RFP out, hopefully the second week or third week in January, because we want to make sure now we have to figure out who is our best audience to target. And we want to hire a marketing professional who can help us figure out how to target or who to target, and then how to target those people to come here. The one thing, as we all know, is that we have COVID, and we want to be really, really strategic on who we target and when we target them and how we get them to come up here, because safety is obviously all of our #1 concern. So the timing of this, when the campaign actually, the trigger is pushed and we actually start doing advertising, is really going to be dependent on who can come here and when they can come here. And we're very, very sensitive to that. Last year we had a steering committee who helped us through the process, and we have a steering committee again. It's made up of 7 individuals from the local area who we've been meeting with them regularly. Our next meeting is coming up, and they're helping us draft the RFP. And we've all come up with this plan that we're proposing to you folks tonight. So basically the short and sweet of this whole thing is we want to keep doing what we're doing. And we're waiting for a COVID-free world so that we can see like a full, year of how this works out. But that's what we want to keep doing. And, if you have any questions about that, we hope you can support it. It has been well received. There was just the COVID bump in the road, but we want to keep going.
Okay. And I think I saw, Stephanie, did you, are you going to share something, or is that for later?
Later.
Oh, okay. Okay. Brandy, do you want to jump in?
Hi. So obviously, as you said, you're wanting to bring folks to Brat, and on a fundamental level, I understand that, because that's where the money is on a regular year right now, because that's how Vermont in general is structured, is we're kind of tourist. And I know that because I've lived here my whole life. While COVID is kind of rearing its head, until it chills out, what is the plan now? Like, how are we engaging local folks? Because right now we obviously, we can't really be targeting people to come here with the governor's, there's the health idea that we all have in our own head of what we should and should not do. But on top of that, there's the actual governor's order about quarantine. So what kind of messaging are you putting out right now that is kind of, geared towards local folks?
I think if you read the paper today, a lot of it is what was in that story, is reminding people that they need, and Ian said it in the very beginning, we need to remind people to shop local. You need to remind people to do business local, eat in a local restaurant, that it's safe to do it. And if you don't want to go in, there's takeout, curbside. So that's what we're doing right now, is just pushing home that message. And I think that's the most responsible thing that we can do, along with the safety message, be safe with what you're doing, protect each other. So.
Yeah, but specific to Love Brattleboro, I mean, that's what Kate and I are doing in our entities, our individual entities, and other community organizations in the town. But it's specific to Love Brattleboro. That is outreach to bringing people from outside our community, visitors, visit, move here, do whatever you want, but let us introduce you to Brattleboro and enjoy Brattleboro. So that is on hold.
Yeah.
Been through so many different phases, and the last phase included welcoming Vermonters in. Well, that's not, we don't feel like efficient use of our funds right now because of the gathering situation. So truly, on hold for this given moment.
Yeah. But the Love Brattleboro logo, though, is still, you'll see it around town.
Yeah.
You know, because Stephanie's totally right what she was saying. And my more point was you'll see the Love Brattleboro around town in the remembering to love ourselves kind of way.
Can I ask a follow-up? So this is just you know that thing when other people don't do your work, but then they have a great idea and they want to tell you it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that now. No, just kidding. So, you know, I just wonder, as we're moving into the holiday season, we're all talking about shopping local, like really highlighting the fact that so many of our businesses really did turn on a dime to offer curbside and online. Like, that's no joke. It's just not a thing that used to happen. Think about pre-March, think about February. Could I order from a downtown place online? That's not a thing.
Right.
So really celebrating that for the holiday season.
Yeah.
That's my, hey, I don't do your job, but I thought I'd give you ideas. Annoyingly, comment.
It's a good one.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. It's my least favorite kind of thing. It's not a question, it's a statement. And I wanted to just kind of point out that the funding for this marketing initiative comes from our local option part of the rooms and meals tax revenue.
Yeah.
Right? It's 10% of that. And when I remembered that it was 10% of that 1% that we get from the state, I was like, oh, and that money must have gone down. And lo and behold, upon checking my binder, yes, indeed, it has. And so I guess I really wanted people who are watching to know that this is something that A, is funded through, you know, local option tax revenue, and B, then is decided upon by town meeting. So as much as you're coming here to pitch us, it's pitching the whole community, and letting folks who, you know, have a stake in that know about the project. And if folks want to ask you questions about it, they should reach out to you at the chamber, Kate, and Stephanie at the DBA.
Yep.
And you're very easy to find. Just hang out on Main Street and you'll probably bump into one of you eventually.
Go to Brown and Roberts and you'll see us.
Yeah.
And I bet, Peter, I know exactly what you're going to say, but
I bet you do too. So I discovered while the presentation was being made that we only put half of the action that's needed tonight in the administrative report. So I want to apologize for that. And it's exactly what Daniel is saying. So the piece that we picked up on for this presentation tonight is in the administrative report with a recommended motion to place this again before representative town meeting in the amount that is 10% of last year's receipts. So $37,000 and change. There's also, as Kate pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, a question before you tonight, because the representative town meeting action was approved but conditioned upon this appearance and the select board finding the plan acceptable. There also is a need for the board to authorize release of the $43,748 for this year's program when it can be implemented. So it's your decision whether you make that action or tonight or not. But it is something that will need to be done for the campaign to move forward.
okay, thank you for that. That's not what I thought you were going to say. So. That's fine. Liz.
Good evening, Kate and Stephanie. So let's just review our history. So we agreed that last year and I guess the year before, that marketing was a specialized skill and we needed an outside consultant to do that. You all did, but that the select board wanted to review the consultant before the release of funds. And so I want to reiterate that goal. And I don't think we're there yet because you haven't written the RFP and you don't have a concrete plan for a consultant. So A, I would like to wait. And B, remember at the beginning we said, you said that you didn't want this marketing plan to be a flash in the pan, that you needed a sustained commitment. But from what I understand, you no longer wish to keep the Love Brattleboro website, and you don't want to have targeted, curated social media. So you want to essentially dilute last year's plan in favor of I guess, a more modest plan, or something that's directed more towards the chamber and the DBA's own website. And one of the key things that we discussed when we were discussing the marketing plan to begin with was that we needed metrics for success. And when you presented the metrics for success last spring, it was hits on the website. So I don't see it all coming together in the successful manner that it did last year. And I wouldn't feel comfortable releasing the funds unless we knew that we had the same type of continuation of the Love Brattleboro program. Perhaps you'd like to comment.
Sure. So the marketing professionals that we hired through the RFP process chose to not continue with the program. And the website that we have, we want to continue, but one of our, Kate and my biggest critique was we didn't want to create an entity of itself in the Love Brattleboro campaign. And this is a really tough job that any marketing professional is going to take on, because they're having to straddle it being town funding and also two different entities. So it's not as easy as taking on a job and you get to just work on one person's website and push that message out. And so, but what we were always careful about throughout it all is that we didn't want to create another entity. That was really important to me. Entities create our infrastructure, and they're heavy to move and lift, and they take people power. Mm-hmm. And so we wanted to make it as light as possible, but still straddling the chamber, DBA, and town funding. So the website will absolutely remain, because that is where we have to drive people in order to record the data, exactly like you just said. We need to know if this is working. Mm-hmm. What we don't want to create is a website that takes, multiple, even 2 hours a week to make sure that it's always live, because we already have those types of websites. So we wanted to make sure that this website was as nimble as possible to be able to constantly push out the Love Brattleboro VT URL, but not have it kind of weigh us down in terms of capacity. And then in terms of social media, Facebook, Instagram, one of the things that Love Brattleboro VT really sat on was a hashtag campaign. Right. And hashtags can live anywhere. Mm-hmm. They don't need their own platform, as in their own Love Brattleboro VT Facebook or their own Love Brattleboro Instagram. And so again, that our concern was when you're building social media followers, that takes time and energy and focus, and the chamber and DBA already have those platforms and those built audiences, and we wanted to use this money efficiently to expand what we already have, to build on what we already have. Yes, send the message out to what we have, but also get our reach even further. So you're not wrong in that just like any staff change, it creates a bump in the road. And so now we have to go back, and it would have been a lot easier to just continue and not have to go through an RFP process again. But all of what you said still rings true, which is we need a marketing professional to continue to do an effective campaign.
Oh, Liz.
So Stephanie, I think there's just a couple of points that we disagree on. The first is that I believe the consultant wrote to the select board and told us that the only reason that they decline the RFP, and they would be happy to apply under the new RFP, but that the website and the social media plan that you have going forward is been so altered that it won't function in their eyes as successfully as it has in the past. And also that just, you know, talking about the time and the effort that it takes to do the dynamic website, well, that's the job, and that's what you'd be paying them to do.
Well,
well, I just wanted to say one thing, which is it's a employer relationship. And so, yes, that is absolutely how they felt. I don't feel like it's the forum to justify whether their feelings were, I'd feel more comfortable of completely agreeing with you that that is how they felt, that they did not like the idea of putting less emphasis on the website. And I don't agree with that, but that is. And then their job was really heavily focused on getting people to the website, not creating a entity website. Their job was heavily focused on getting people to follow the hashtag, not building a social media platform follower. So ad focused, ad heavy, graphic design heavy, and all of that they did really well.
Yeah.
Let's let Kate chime in, and then Brandy.
Yeah, everything, I obviously agree with everything that Stephanie said. It came down to a fundamental disagreement on what we thought we should spend the money on. And, you know, Stephanie and I, Chamber and DBA, saw this as we have a limited amount of money. What's the biggest bang for the buck? And, you know, having people, I don't want to keep saying what Stephanie said, but having staff people who we've hired as marketing people maintain a website wasn't the best bang for the buck. I mean, we want to get the message out. It's a fundamental difference between what Stephanie and I thought and what Penniless Projects thought. It came down to something as simple as that. You know, you talk to different marketing professionals and they'll tell you different things. So that's where that is, you know, and we feel like we've been very successful in pushing out the message, and that's what we think is important.
Brandy?
I completely agree with your decision. Because you're not creating a separate entity, to have a website when you're really trying to build a grassroots conversation is pretty superfluous in most instances. And so I think having money to maintain a website is not a good use of time. Having it's a thing you have to carry, right? And so you're trying to create a conversation, and you're doing a really great job of that just by what you do around town and what you do on social media. I work on social media, so I'm on social media probably 12 hours a day because that's my living and also something I enjoy. So unfortunately, I'm always on there and I always see you. You made the right choice, and they made the right choice too, because if what they're focused on is bringing people in and wanting to have this website, and you're having to change trajectory, then great, everybody made the right decision. But I fully support what you've been doing. I think it's a good choice. We're talking high level right now, whether or not there's issues about this campaign or that campaign or imagery is not what we're having a discussion about. But to part ways with a firm where you're both having fundamental disagreement, I think was the right choice. And you're right, a hashtag can live anywhere. And a website can be redundant. So like, as a person that does this for a living, you're updating the website, you're updating Facebook, you're updating Twitter, you're updating this, you're updating that. You can use one platform to update all of social media, cut out the website. It's not necessary. So there's my rant.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian? Oh.
Well, if Liz,
I just want to say, I would urge people to look at the Love Brattleboro website and look at the Chamber and the DBA website. You know, the Chamber and the DBA websites are great, but they're not solely focused on marketing. And if you look at them and you see the difference, I think you'll understand the point. Go ahead, Ian.
If Stephanie wants to speak first.
I just want to make sure we're not inaccurately. The website is staying. We are keeping the website. It's just that we're making it so that it can stay longer without constant update. The content will be more stagnant because it is driving people.
Right.
to other places that have more dynamic news going on. Like for instance, Plan a Go-Go. So instead of having events on the website, it drives people to Plan a Go-Go, which is current and always changing.
That's good. Yeah.
Brandy's getting delivery. I need some of that.
Don't get jealous.
Sorry, Brandy. Ian, go ahead.
I think, Stephanie, you just answered my question, but I'm just going to ask it to make sure. So if I understand, I think we've been talking very high level here, so I'm just going to bring it down to like some real examples so I can kind of see if I get it. So, okay, so let's say your marketing team that you guys get says that people who like Gridiron Bridge Facebook pages are perfect targeting for Brattleboro. So, so like you guys hit that sweet market, and like the guy who's liked that page is, you know, scrolling through his Facebook feed, and Brattleboro, like I love Brattleboro comes up. So I guess the question is like, so he likes it, and there's a link there, and the landing, like where he lands when he clicks, or she or they, whoever it is that clicks on this, will be the I Heart Brattleboro page still, no matter what, like that's the plan. And then from that, there will be links that will send them to all sorts of different places where those pages are kept up by other people, which are more dynamic for those particular things, be it events, be it marketing, whatever, the restaurants, stuff like that. Is that kind of like, but before the idea was I Heart Brattleboro was a one-stop shop. You went there and everything was going to be on that website. You could click on tabs, it was all dynamic, and you could figure out anything you wanted from I Heart Brattleboro.
Right.
So is that the distinction essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Daniel.
So I was going to stay out of this because I'm not a marketing professional, but I have like sort of administered websites over time, and if you have to go, so you go to one website, right? That's where we're sending them, and then they have to go someplace else from there. We know that there's a massive fall off once that happens, right? So why not just send them to the one place where all the stuff is?
I mean, you guys are hitting on what is so challenging about this campaign. It dead on. And we have 1 year under our belt of learning, and we had this exact conversation with every single marketing professional that came to us. I think it ended up being like 13 applications, and not everyone has a different thought and a different answer. And we tried one way, and it wasn't, it wasn't as cut and dry as what we're making it, but I'm trying really hard to not have a staffing conversation in a public meeting. And so, but I guess I'm just in agreement that this is the job, is how do you not lose all those people? If you all go to Love Brattleboro page right now, it doesn't have accurate content on it. And so tomorrow morning, maybe it'll be on my to-do list, updated. Probably not, it'll get kicked off again. Hopefully if you go to brattleboro.com or you go to the Chamber's website, you'll see accurate, consistent information, because that's our job, is to do that. And I only illustrate that to show a point of the complexities of having a third, I can't think of another word besides entity, that you're constantly fact checking and creating content for, and developing and writing and photographs and all of that stuff. And so this RFP will say, how do you solve this dilemma? How do you use this money wisely to use it to get people to visit Brattleboro and land in the right place?
Right.
Challenging.
Liz.
So as the select board member, that's also our quandary. And I would feel more comfortable releasing the funds when you decided on an RFP and a consultant and can answer that question for us.
And so you would desire us to put an RFP out without having the funds secured?
That's correct. just like last time.
Let me just, while you savor that last comment, let me just get out what I was thinking. It's very quick. I just wanted to give a little cred. I think Penniless Projects did amazing work with formation of this campaign. I was pretty impressed with it. Clearly, I'm not somebody from away who's clicking on things, and I didn't really like do a lot of testing of things, but just the branding and the feel of it, I think was excellent. And I think it's nice to acknowledge that. I can see Liz and Brandy's perspectives. I'm not completely convinced that you did make the right decision. And I really respect what Liz is trying to say here, but I also am very uncomfortable with getting so involved in what your jobs are that it becomes a micromanagement situation. So I'm really sort of torn about it. I don't think Liz's request or initiative, whatever, is unreasonable, but I do want to know how that would affect the timeline.
Well, isn't it the same that was done previously?
Is it? Maybe.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It is.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Stephanie and Kate let out an RFP. They didn't like the result.
Tried to do it twice. Yeah.
And they did it again. And then when they were happy, they came to the select board, and then we released the funds. And all I'm asking is to have the exact same process this year.
And when we release funds, they go out quick.
Yep.
We've seen that from the warrants.
Yep.
We're not talking about weeks.
Absolutely. Okay. Should we take a comment, or should we close out that sort of? Anybody have a final word? Kate or Stephanie, did you want to just? No. Okay. Let's take. Emily has had her hand up for a while. Hi, Emily.
Hey there, can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool, great, thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to, well, thanks for letting me speak, and I just wanted to bring in a part of this dialogue that hasn't been present yet in this conversation, and that we did have at the RTM meeting last whatever month that actually happened. But just to recognize that part of the Love Brattleboro campaign from the previous year was to target LGBTQ folks to come to Brattleboro. That was the decision that was made. And that part of that was to utilize a graphic, which is the QT BIPOC flag, which y'all may or may not be aware is part of the graphic that was used. It's the image. I love how y'all have very many different like Love Brattleboro graphics. So there's a lot of different super fun graphics for that Love Brattleboro campaign. And one of them, and I think one of the main graphics, is a rainbow flag with a different skin tone color triangle coming in from the side. And that is the QT BIPOC flag. And I also appreciate how the initiative really highlighted businesses in town that highlight people of color and LGBTQ folks. And I just want to sort of follow the thread through, which is that, we're allocating some of town funding to support this marketing initiative that supports the bringing of tourists to town, which there's a whole nother side of this, which is, do we really want people to come to town? But I'm not going to speak on that right now. But bringing folks to town through this initiative as tourists, which, maybe someday would lead to bringing people here to live here, because it's a wonderful place to live. And I just want to acknowledge that we have very many QT BIPOC, folks in our community that live and work here. And I just want that link to be really explicit in terms of so that we're not exploitative, that we're not using the people in our community who are such a big part of the vibrancy of our community to market people to come here for tourism, but also for using services like Airbnb, which complicates our rental and housing market as well. There's many links here. This is not an isolated conversation on any level. And so I know we have to talk about it as such to work out the kinks of the specific campaign, but I want to make sure that we're really representing every time we talk about this, actually, that we're really representing the through line, the thread, that it's not just tourism that creates a vibrant community, it's safety, it's relationships, it's supporting individuals who live and work here, and that this is very directly linked to that through line. And if we aren't really calling that in, we're actually highly risking being exploitative of the folks in our community who do run businesses and live and work here, who happen to be QT BIPOC, by using that flag. So the call really is for us as a town to make the link and to make sure that we're supporting what it means to live and work here. And, y'all are doing that with this ordinance, passing this ordinance. So it's just also connected. And I want to really hold space for that.
Very good points. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Yeah.
All right, board, where do you want to go from here?
Where are we supposed to go from here again?
Well, it sounds like Liz is more comfortable with seeing, in your words, Liz, I don't want to take your words away, seeing an RFP.
Seeing the consultant that Kate and Stephanie and their organizations, want to hire to respond to the RFP, and we'll release the funds at that time.
So
just like we did last year.
Not necessarily see the RFP.
Well, that if they want to bring us the RFP to review as a safeguard to finding, a consultant that they're happy with, that's an interim step that I'd be happy to respond to.
Ian?
I guess the question that this sort of poses that I don't think I've heard asked by anybody else on the board is there a particular reason why you guys wanted to do it differently this year? Like, is it providing a particular benefit to, besides just securing the funds earlier? Did doing it the way you did it last year make it more difficult in any way? Or I'm just curious.
Go ahead, Kate.
I was just going to get clarification on doing.
So it sounds like Liz is saying last year you guys did the RFP, you got the, and then you came to the board, and this time you're coming to the board before. And so I'm just curious, is there a particular reason? Was there something about the way we did that last year that made it more difficult or anything like that? Or
no, I think what we're asking, we're not going to change the fundamentals of the campaign at all. It's going to continue to be Love Brattleboro. It's going to continue to be the graphics, all that stuff. The only reason we're putting out an RFP is because we need someone to help us figure out who to target and the strategy for targeting them. The last time we did the RFP, we had nothing. We were starting from scratch. We didn't even have the Love Brattleboro.
Right.
We got proposals from different marketing firms, and we picked the Love Brattleboro proposal. So this is different. We're not asking someone to come in and do an entirely new marketing campaign. Mm-hmm. It's still Love Brattleboro. It's just helping us target and then implementing that.
But you don't want less money.
No, we want more money to be able to do more advertising, because we spent half of the money on a marketing firm, and this year we don't have to do that marketing design piece. So yeah,
well, I would still feel more comfortable in proceeding the same way we have in the past.
Stephanie?
One thing to think about to answer Ian's question is just the respecting people's time. And so one of the hurdles we had to get through with the people answering the RFP was that it wasn't a 100% guarantee that we would get the money, that they would get the job. And so the jump for the consultant to spend the time in creating the RFP, answering the RFP. And it's also the way we work as a town. Penniless Project all along was not guaranteed a next contract, and it's just challenging, but we can get through those hurdles. I would just say that would be the challenge, Ian.
Brandy had her hand up first, and then we'll take Liz real quick.
So if I'm clarifying things for myself, the last time you came, we were really creating an entire new program with a new strategy. Everything was new. And now what you're saying is it's an administrative position.
It's not necessarily administrative. It's just helping us figure out who to target and then putting that strategy in place. They don't have to design graphics. They don't have to design something else. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So this is what I'm going to say. Oh, sorry, Steph. I think that my camera might be glitchy, and so I'm not hearing.
Well, I just wanted to. I'm not disagreeing with Kate. I'm just adding that they're building off of a foundation.
Yeah.
There are going to be new updated graphics. There are going to be new things. They're going to find the ad places. Okay.
Yeah. No, I know that totally. So what I'm saying is I actually think, even though I was supportive of wanting to see what we wanted to see last year, in hindsight, that was like slightly micromanaging. And I feel like we could run the risk of being more than slightly micromanaging right now. Like everything's been built. We know what it looks like. We know we have a sense of what's going to happen. I think you've gotten some feedback from Emily. And I think we all know that Emily probably speaks for other people that are super important in this town. And so I think you hear that feedback. Mm-hmm. I guess I'd just be more inclined to have you go to work. I mean, it's almost Christmas. It's a rough time of year. It's almost all of the holidays. I just don't really want to sit around and wait for you to come back with more and more things. You're going to be back at town meeting anyways.
Liz.
Oh, we're not going to be sitting around. We're going to be very busy. But I will say,
we're very busy.
Yes, but I feel that people respond to RFPs all the time, and certainly with municipal work and nonprofit organizations, the release of funds is a commonly held occurrence, and they've done it before and they can do it again. And again, I just feel it's important to keep with the process that was initiated for this release of funds.
Yeah.
Ian, and then I'll comment real quick.
I think this question is to Peter. So we are enacting what the representative town meeting has already done, right? They gave the select board instruction. I'm curious, can we get a little clarity on exactly what that is? And maybe that can help guide the board here.
Sure. I'd have to pull up a document to give you verbatim what it was, but there was an item on the warning for the September, as it turned out, representative town meeting that appropriated, by which representative town meeting appropriated $43,748 for funding the community marketing initiative to be administered by the two organizations, by the chamber and by the DBA, on the condition that the release of those funds would be subject to the approval of the select board. So for instance, to tell you what's different about this from something else that is a process you're familiar with, the human services funding, there's the recommendation from the committee, there's the action by representative town meeting, and the week after representative town meeting, we cut those checks because there was no further action required. Representative town meeting conditioned this particular appropriation on the select board releasing the funds for the two organizations to go forward.
And they did not, sorry, Liz, just let me ask one follow-up, please. And they did not, it's not really specified in the condition for the release of funds exactly when or anything like that.
We'd have to go to the minutes from representative town meeting, which we could do. It was very clear the first year. My recollection is that it was a more general condition this year, but it might have been equally clear. We'd have to go check the minutes.
Oh,
Liz?
It was based on a little thing called the McLaughlin Amendment. When this started,
I remember
that, you know, this was a new process and that we wanted to be sure, you know, I mean, it was quite an ask for the DBA and the chamber to be so bold as to say, you know, please forward to us 10% of the rooms and meals tax. And we wanted to know what we were getting for as a municipal marketing initiative. And so we, you know, and the chamber and the DBA did the right thing in terms of, you know, going 2 rounds with the RFP to find the right consultant that they were comfortable with and present that to us. And all I'm asking is for the same thing this year.
So I think it's a perfect moment for me to acknowledge that, yes, I think that McLaughlin Amendment was pretty pivotal in getting it passed. If I recall that town meeting, it feels like ancient history now, but it was kind of not looking very good. And then when Liz tied it to some approvals, it passed. So that's how I remember that town meeting. But what I wanted to say is it felt a little bit a few minutes ago that Brandy and Liz were on opposite sides, but when Liz's idea for going about it the same way we did last time was presented to Kate and Stephanie, it felt like you guys were a little disappointed, but you didn't tell us that that's absolutely undoable and here's why. So it feels like maybe we should give a little deference to Liz's desire to really see the process play through the same way. That's just my comment, and I kind of hope we don't have to get into like a vote situation. But Peter?
So you will have to get into a vote situation if you choose to release the funds. If you choose to wait, you could do that by consensus. I'm sorry to interrupt the flow of this at this point, but I was asked a question I didn't adequately answer because I didn't have the material in front of me. I think it's important. I've called up on the website the minutes from the September 12th representative town meeting so that I can actually make clear what that motion was. And it says this, that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative Promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results.
Okay.
All right then, sounds good.
So it's up to us what that satisfactory plan is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, Ian,
that's really helpful, Peter. Thank you.
So what do you want to do, guys?
I want to wait. Duh.
Sucker.
Stephanie.
Kate and I just talked. We're fine doing the RFP and.
You talked. You're in different boxes.
Oh no.
Is that not allowed?
They can do that.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
It's a little.
He's just teasing you, Stephanie. Of course it is.
I'm gonna text Stephanie now and we'll have a conversation. We'll see how we all.
No, you can't do it.
I know I can't.
They can do it.
We're in our own chat box.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we shouldn't be arguing about something.
Yeah. You know, that's fine. And, you know, I think I see Liz's point. I do see Liz's point. I really do. I do think it's important that we reflect somehow, like it's RTM that, right? Like we have this is the select board has power here, but like we need to enact what RTM told us to do. And so I think going back to that language is really important. I think that it's not that clear, and so I'm comfortable with doing what Liz has been advocating for. But I think it's important to note that it is not clear. And I think that we absolutely could vote to allocate those funds now. And it would be absolutely enacting the will of the RTM. But I think that if Kate and Steph are comfortable, and I do see the points of Liz, then we should not argue about this anymore and we should just continue forward. But I want to make sure that, I want to just let the record reflect that.
Yeah, and maybe that's just a lesson for us for next time we're crafting things, because it's not that clear. We really could just have done whatever tonight.
Yeah.
Whatever we deem acceptable.
Okay.
Is there any other business in that regard? Peter, were there two things we had to do?
Yeah, so the one that we actually crafted a motion for was to just place this matter on the representative town meeting warning again for the one that'll be held, we hope, and plan in March.
For the following year's budget.
For the following year, which is why it's $37,000 and change. You have that in front of you and I can call it up. Rather than the 43 is because it's based on the year of smaller receipts.
Right.
So, and then, if I could just finish, I'm sorry, just the particular wording, going to the point that has been difficult tonight, the particular wording of that article is something you will decide later when you're looking at the draft warning. The question for you tonight is, are you choosing to place this topic on that warning?
Okay.
Well, we definitely want it placed on the warning.
I feel like that's where it goes.
But that we're also saying that we can just wait to place it on the warning, basically, right?
You can, so if you choose to not take action, there would be some other time when you'd need to decide whether or not this goes on the warning. You could choose tonight, I'm just looking at the wording of the motion we proposed. So it says to include in the warning for the 2021 representative town meeting an article related to funding the FY22 community marketing initiative overseen by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. That's the motion. It doesn't actually, the motion as we proposed it doesn't even include the exact amount of money. The exact amount of money is in the description of that matter for tonight's meeting. If you want this all to be made more precise before you decide to put it on the warning, you can wait and do that a different night. Or you could give us the direction tonight to put it on the warning. Either way, you're gonna see wording on the warning when it's in draft and you're gonna decide whether it's adequate or not. And we know from your conversation tonight, you want it to be tighter language than what it was this past year.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're going to put it on the warning.
We're going to, right?
I mean, there's not any doubt in our minds about that, right? It's going to go on the warning for town meeting to make a decision about.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Read it.
So tonight we will vote to put it on the warning.
Yes, it would be good, since I see 5 of you nodding to that, it would be good for you to do that piece of business tonight.
Okay.
And deal with the specific wording a different night when we're ready for it.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Now that we're in agreement on something, should we
Quick.
throw a monkey wrench in by hearing from 2 people who have their hands up real quick? First one is Gary.
Yeah, never sleeps.
I never do. Well, after listening to Elizabeth, I wanted to see that McLaughlin report too. It was very interesting, just to say, Elizabeth, and I have to agree. And I guess as a town rep also, since this is going to be brought up at the town meeting, the reason I guess I'm going to ask Kate and Stephanie, now you said you went through several candidates. Is it because of the fact because creative differences, or they weren't, they had other specifics that they wanted to do to target? I was at the marketing director in New York, and did they come in with other ideals or other ideas to recreate it, or they were sticking, as they say, to the script and what you were, your mission statement, which you were setting out to do as far as getting this to go forward?
I'm not sure if Gary's referring to currently or the original?
Well, with the interviews that they had with the other consultants about getting the marketing going.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So when we were interviewing people based on the answer to our RFP, we had to choose one final candidate. So just like in any hiring process, we did multiple rounds of interviews with multiple people and came up with a final decision. So no, it wasn't that we were going through people. It was that we had lots of applicants to choose from in order to hire someone.
so was there any creative differences on that part, that they didn't agree on certain things that you had originally set out to do? Or did they come in with their own ideas of how to target market certain individuals and places and things? That might have been a part of the problem, maybe from the hiring process, because doing marketing, you might, as a marketing person, you want to target certain places, peoples, and things, and setting up a certain type of algorithm and platform too, because you already have, like you said, you already have a platform set up. Did they come in with some other new idea to reinvent the wheel that might have, you know, said, hey, you know, this is not what we're looking for?
Well, we might be getting into that micromanagement piece, Gary, but I'm gonna let Kate and Stephanie respond if they want. But
Well, I'm not sure what, like, if you're referring to our first time around.
Or the people we hired, because if we're referring to the people that we hired, I just don't feel comfortable discussing that portion of it. But there wasn't, yeah, so maybe we could just talk offline and just about what our process was, because I think that might be helpful in answering the question.
Right.
Okay, that's perfect. That's good with me. I was just concerned about when you were mentioning that you interviewed such and such amount of people, and you know, you got to one individual that, you know, you seen, and there was like an indifference, and I guess, you know, certain people stepped away from that. You weren't comfortable with it, I think it was.
Gary, I think we're going to.
Gary, yeah, we were fully happy with the people that we hired, and then they chose to not continue with the second year of it.
Ah, okay, I see. All right, thank you.
Thanks. And Dick DeGray. And we have one more person. I just put their hand up. Trying to bring this home, everyone. This shouldn't be that difficult.
Whatever.
You never know what's going to be difficult with this board. I just want to say that. Which is part of the fun, right?
We all set, Tim?
Yes, go ahead, Dick.
You know, listening to the conversation, and I was a part of this at the beginning because I believe that with the 1% rooms and meals tax and the 1% sales tax, that it was going to be bringing in over $1 million in projected revenue, and that some of that money should be used to market the town to help the businesses that were affected by the 1% rooms and meals tax. And I think back then, Liz, you were actually on the finance committee.
That's correct.
And there was pushback by you at that time when we were before you asking for funds. And as this has progressed, I feel that, you know, if we can't trust the leader of the Chamber of Commerce and the leader of the town's appointed downtown organization, then we got to look in the mirror and say, well, maybe we push away from the table, or the select board directs the town manager to take this process over. Because I think it's money well spent marketing our community to try to increase funds, which actually benefits all the residents in the community. And when we're talking about, you know, rents being too high, well, the offset is if we bring in more tax revenue, that helps us in terms of spending. But I feel like there's a lot of, this is really close to overreach by the board and trying to really micromanage what happens. So you're saying to me, I want you to do the same process and go out and do the RFP and then come back to the board. Is once they hire somebody, is it your final say if you like the people that they hire, or are your hands totally out of it after they initiate this process?
Dick, it's kind of creeping me out that we've agreed with each other twice today, and I just want to let you know that.
Well, I mean,
We've already decided to wait.
we have
So let's
already
wait.
decided. We have already decided to wait, but we've also made it clear that we do put our faith and trust in these two organizations. But we also have to strike a balance, Dick, I think, and everybody will probably agree that it is our charge to make sure the funds are being spent responsibly. And I was one that supported your initiative at first and fought for it in the original. So I think we agree with the philosophy, but we have a little bit of different views on how involved the board should get before sending it to town meeting. And I think town meeting is gonna, if we didn't get this involved, there'd be a lot of pushback that we weren't involved enough. So you have to strike a balance, I think.
Yeah, but my question wasn't answered, and the question is.
Well, I avoided it.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
So my question is if when they go through the RFP process and they hire someone, is it the board that's putting the final stamp of approval on who they hire? And if the board doesn't like who they hire, is this going to get kicked back to them because they don't like who they hired?
That's not how it happened last time.
I'm not interested in that. That is super micromanagement.
I don't think it would go that far, but that's just my own opinion. I don't know if the other board members want to.
I would never condone that.
I haven't heard from the other three.
Can I be honest with you, Dick? I'm pretty ambivalent about micromanaging this process in general. I also want to kind of follow what town meeting has asked us to do.
Mm-hmm.
So just trying to find a way through that. I'm confident that we'll put it on the warning for next year. Town meeting will have a robust discussion about it, and then that will happen. In between times, we've got to deal with this second year of funding here. And I think that the campaign that was put together last year, there was some good feedback given, there was some good feedback received, and it was a good campaign. I expect there to be a similarly good campaign this year. It's also a completely different world. Given how long our meetings seem to go on these days and how many things are on the agenda, I would much prefer to not have another thing to do in a few weeks' time, but that doesn't seem to be the will of the board.
Never is.
So I think I'll give the other members a pass if I don't hear them shouting out, if that's all right.
I guess my answer to that would be how did it happen? How did it happen last year? Was it essentially a rubber stamping of it? They had hired the, and if that's the case, I don't really understand.
This is the first year. We've just had the results from the first year.
No,
so
I know.
This is the second year.
I understand.
So all I'm saying is let's do it the same way we did the first.
Yes, just asking the first year was done how you'd like it to be done this year, Liz, which is you'd like them to put the RFP out, hire somebody, and then come back to us and get the funding. So I'm asking, is it basically what Dick's asking? Did it happen like Dick is saying? He's asking.
There's a slight wrinkle because of what Stephanie brought up. They will pick a consultant, and then when we release the funds, they'll hire them.
So last year it was not like that.
It was similar, very similar, except for that one glitch. It's that they can't hire anybody without the money. We have to give them the money first. So they'll pick someone, they'll present it to us, we'll give them the money, they'll hire them. That's how it worked last year. That's how it should work this year.
Do you want me to?
But to answer Dick's question, it's very unlikely that they would pick somebody and we would say, no, go pick someone else. If that's the question, it's.
They came to the select board with the penniless group and we all said great, and we hired them, and that was that.
And then beyond that, we didn't get involved.
Not at all. Not one bit.
And so what is the difference between just giving them the money now and having them present to us when they hire the person?
Select board privilege of reviewing the the bid, which was what was our prerogative and was given to us at town meeting.
Ian, we were all agreeing a few minutes.
No, I mean, I gotta say, Dick has a right as a public participant to ask a question about this. So I'm just trying to answer his question, and I guess that's what I was doing. So.
So I agree with Dick.
Well, it's, you know, one thing, it seemed like there was at least 3 people that were in favor of giving the money, and one person is holding this up, and then all of a sudden it's okay, well, because Liz asked for this to be held up, we're going to hold it up. I don't think that's right. To me, that's a microcosm of what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Oh, boy.
Well, it is. I mean, the reality is you had enough people.
They don't work on consensus, Dick.
That's okay, Tim. This is my opinion. When I'm watching this, it looks like there's real micromanaging of what's going on here.
I would just say that probably the moment was when Kate and Steph said that they didn't mind.
Yeah, that's right. That was my point. I was trying to bring these sides together and move forward.
That was.
I wonder if they still mind.
If
only we could find out.
They wouldn't mind getting off this call. It's more likely.
I think that it was a very interesting question that Dick asked of, would you say no or yes to a consultant that we bring you? And that is an interesting question. So if you would like to say no or yes to a consultant, then I think we should continue down that road.
Well, you know, last time you used your own judgment to rebid the process until you found someone that you were comfortable with. And I don't think anyone on the select board at that time said boo about who you finally selected, except to say that we really appreciated the process. It was a professional RFP response, and it was a good presentation, and we were all unanimously happy with the result.
Yeah, the question is, was Ian's, is it just, or I'll just, yeah.
No, it's exactly that.
I know, Ian, but unless,
Right.
unless, Ian, you have the privilege to like ask for a vote or something, but I think we were there and Dick's point is well taken, but I think we should move forward.
No, I think I'm going to ask for a vote. I don't see, and I'm sorry, Liz, I'm sorry. I think that it does not really, I don't really like the precedent it sets. And I also think really going back to the language, to the language of the RTM, that this is in line with the language of the RTM. And I think that we move forward then, and we're basically saying that the select board has the right to basically decline the people that they've chosen. And I don't think this RTM is giving us the power to do. If we withhold those funds until.
Yeah.
All right.
Call your vote then.
Yeah, so I guess the vote's not in the administrative report.
You got to make it up off the top of your head.
Before I knew where the motions were, I used to make them up, so.
Two things, Tim.
Yeah.
I'll try to be very quick.
Yep.
One is, Ian, I would say, since this is hinging on that language from RTM, I just want to make clear again, you know, what I tried to make clear earlier, but I think I need to reiterate, which is it really is for y'all to decide,
what's that?
Select board to decide what level of review is necessary for you to approve the release of the funds based on finding the plan acceptable, right? So you have heard a description of a plan of how they intend to move forward, and it's perfectly within your authority to decide that what you've heard tonight is acceptable. I want to be careful about changing that a little bit to say that you wouldn't be following the instructions of RTM if you decided to wait. I think, frankly, RTM's language, the language that we put before RTM, that RTM approved, is sufficiently general that you could wait or you could decide tonight, and either way would be
Within the
compliant
language.
with the direction that you received from RTM.
Good to know.
It's your judgment.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're talking about our judgment, and we're talking about select board discretion.
Right. And we were also talking about like potentially holding something up that we then have already kind of basically said we're not going to say no to anyway.
We're not holding anything up.
So Liz, are you saying that when they come to us, when they've hired someone, that you are not going to decline to give them the money?
It's very likely that I will not decline because I trust their responsibility, just like the last time. But we haven't seen, the last time it was new and we wanted to say, they themselves did not know how it would come about. Now they have another year under their belt, as we all do, and we'll be better judges, but they'll be better judges themselves, and they seem to know what they want. So,
Ian, couldn't you make a argument that using Liz's method of waiting more fully satisfies the language coming from RTM?
I think you can. I definitely do. Yeah. I
It's
guess
good. You can make whatever argument you want.
yeah.
Absolutely,
I guess
but I'm arguing the argument.
I guess if it's the will of the board that Kate and Steph don't mind, and it's
So
fine.
What is good for the people of Brattleboro here? Is it better to
wait,
put the brakes on and like have to see a plan and then approve it some number of weeks down the line? Or is it better to just say, we trust you and we respect your judgment and we've seen a year's worth of work. Here's the money. Go ahead and let's get cracking.
it doesn't really put the brakes on, though.
Well, I presume
Nothing's
if we
putting
were
the
to
brakes
release,
on anything.
if we were to release the funds today, I'd imagine you'd have them quite soon, like by the end of the week probably, and you'd get to work on hiring somebody.
With an RFP that says we have guaranteed funds in our hands literally now.
But is that proper oversight?
Yes, I think so, because I'm pretty sure this was beat to death like 2 months ago.
Actually, no, I think the concept was beat to death 2 months ago, but the specifics of the plan that were presented tonight are very vague.
But we're not in here for specifics. We are a select board. Our job is policies and oversight, not procedures and administration.
Well, I think we differ on what constitutes oversight.
I think that's probably true, and that's cool. That's fine, but I think it's 9:30 and we should either call a vote or not.
I'm fine either way. Let's just move forward.
Ian, do you want to call a vote? Only because you mentioned it. I'm not trying to single you out like you have to call a vote. I'm just saying you mentioned it. Do you want to call a vote?
I did just because, no, but I hear Peter's point too. I mean,
I'm going to call a vote if you're not going to, but Peter has to tell me the wording because I don't have anything in front of me.
If you want to, you can.
I can't make
I can also call a
split,
vote. It
so I
doesn't matter.
can't read it on my screen for whatever reason.
And we just, you want to call a vote to whether or not to move forward tonight or not? Because that way we're not voting against the initiative if we don't want to move forward tonight.
Peter, can you help guide me into what you think I'm saying?
Yeah, here's what I would offer. I don't want to go say all the words right now because it steers you. You're having a conversation about whether you're ready to act or not. Well, unfortunately, this is one of those pure policy decisions, right? There isn't a right and wrong. You could do either of the two choices and you'd be right. You need to get to a place where 3 of you feel like you can settle the question. If one of you wants to put before the 5 of you the question of moving forward tonight, then I would be happy to phrase a motion for you that you could say so moved and vote on.
That's what I would like to do. That's what I was asking you to do. Could you please phrase that motion for me?
Sure.
And just
give me for a second while I get back into the
Thank you. Because I can't get in. I used to be able to split my screen.
RTM language.
And to buy Peter time, I do want to point out that if a board member were to vote against this motion, it does not mean that board member does not support the role of the organization or the mission moving forward.
Right, right, that's known.
Okay, I'm ready if you're ready.
I'm as ready as I'm gonna be.
So the motion is to disperse to the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro.
Okay. All right, here I go. I move to disperse to the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Business Alliance.
Brattleboro Alliance.
Downtown Brattleboro
Sorry,
Alliance.
the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative of Brattleboro. I wrote that all in shorthand because I used to be a waitress. That's my motion.
Okay, Brandy has made a motion as just stated. I don't have the number right in front of me now.
43748.
Yep, and that would be an immediate release of that fund, those funds, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes. You would have authorized that it be released. So just as in the example I cited earlier about human services, we would cut the check and they would be free to move forward with the program.
Right. Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, is that clear to all board members? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so that's 3-2 in favor with Tim and Liz opposing. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Don't spend it all at once.
Could you please also take the other action, the one that was actually written up for you?
Sorry, does that have a number we have to insert as well?
I don't think so, no. You're just directing us to put the item on the warning. We will bring it to you fully detailed in the draft warning.
Okay, I have a motion.
Yeah.
Of course, I just lost it. I move to include in the warning for the 2021 Representative Town Meeting an article related to the funding the FY22 Community Marketing Initiative overseen by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance.
Thanks, Ian. Ian has moved to include in the warning for the 2021 RTM an article related to funding the FY22 Community Marketing Initiative overseen by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the DBA. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 That's 5-0, leaving on a unanimous note. Thank you, Kate and Stephanie. All right. Never a dull moment here.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry? Peter.
May I suggest a change in this agenda and next week's? Because of the hour, I'd like to give the public, if you agree with what I'm going to say, I'd like to give the public forewarning that we won't do the budget item tonight. I've checked during this past discussion with the staff members that are affected by that, and we can do this next week. We already will be looking at the Public Works budget, the Recreation and Parks budget, and the website proposal.
Okay.
And then we could add to that the 3 departments that you would have heard from tonight. I don't see how we're possibly going to get to them before about 10:30, and it just seems right to declare as of now that that won't happen tonight.
Are you also having side conversations, Peter?
Only with the staff.
He's just doing
with the staff.
He's doing his job, Tim.
And doing it well. Thank you, Peter. That's a good suggestion.
Will there be anything else on that agenda
That's
next
what I was
week?
going to ask.
No, right now it's just the 3 budget items, so it would instead be 6 budget items. And these will be relatively short. We thought that they would probably take somewhere between a half an hour and an hour tonight. So they'll take that much time next week instead when we're just doing budget.
All right.
That sounds like a good idea.
We were going to get to these at 9 o'clock.
Which ones?
Tim, you know,
the budget.
You're not that far off.
No, Tim.
It's getting worse. You're doing well.
I know. Embarrassing.
All right.
Thank you, Peter. So we'll do that. We'll move agenda F.
Yeah. And
to
thank
next
you to the
week.
staff that were waiting for their turn
Yeah.
and are getting moved. And I appreciate that. I do think it'll be easier to have non.
2 of the 3, I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. I was just going to say, I think it's going to be easier to have them on non-big discussion nights anyways. But
Right.
thank you for them for holding on.
2 of the 3 of them will be with us through the end of the meeting tonight because of other business that's on here, but it still will be better for all of us, for you and for staff and for the public to have the budget discussion next week.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Stephanie's still with us.
Stephanie's just hanging out.
Are you
Okay. If everyone's ready, we'll have Stephanie proceed.
wonderful? And I think Peter May on my board is also going to arrive. There he is.
guys.
I'm struggling to hear a little bit. I don't know if it's just
Are you struggling to hear me?
Yes.
you. No
Do you
thanks.
think, is it just because I'm not talking?
That's much better.
Oh, okay, great.
Maybe
great. I will not mumble. Okay, so I'm here tonight to give you a 6-month update and then also to ask you to look at the budget that was passed by my board and my membership, and for you to hopefully pass it and pass on to town meeting. So as a reminder, the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is the downtown organization in charge of the sustainability and vitality of downtown, and we rely very much on a special assessment tax put on the property owners in the downtown improvement district for a portion of our budget. Also a reminder for those that are listening, our fiscal year is July through June. So we are at our 6-month mark right now. So where are we at? Obviously, this year has been quite amazing. And our #1 project has been to consistently be in contact with our community. And we have done that through what we call the 1-to-1 project. And when I say consistently, I mean repetitively and in many different platforms. So whether it is picking up the phone, whether it is seeing someone in a safe way, whether it is a private Facebook page, email newsletter, or email, our goal that we set out at the beginning of the pandemic was to ensure that there was no relief that was out there that didn't get into the hands of people in our community in need. And when I say community in this case, I'm talking about the Downtown Improvement District. So I wanted to highlight 5 other projects and programs that we've done besides what we coined the 1-to-1 project. And to start that off, I'm going to go with the most boring one first, and that is email newsletters. But it's something I'm really proud of because we made a commitment to increase our consistency of communication and have met that commitment of once a month. I do an email newsletter in collaboration with Matt from Boomerang, and we're seeing that consistency be paid back in dividends with our click rates and our open rates, and also just our communication back from people saying, I read your newsletter and I loved this part, or, oh, I didn't know about this. So I'm proud of that. Everyone Eats is the 3rd program I wanted to highlight. This has been a mammoth project, of which the budget started at $654,000 $1,000, and that is federal CARES money that came to the state that then got given by ACCD, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, to SEVCA, and SEVCA then granted to all the community hubs around Vermont. I was one of the starting task force members that created and developed this program, and Brattleboro was the pilot project in August, and quickly became not the pilot, became just the first one out of the gate, and the rest of the state followed suit. The numbers are quite amazing. 3,760 meals every week is what we're serving right now, Monday through Thursday from 4 to 6 at our Flat Street distribution site at 80 Flat Street. And since August 3rd, we have distributed 50,716 meals into our community. There are 3 pillars of this program that's so important to not forget. One is to feed our community to anyone who's been negatively impacted by COVID, whether it be mental health, whether it is mental load, whether it is financial insecurity, you name it. The second is to save our restaurants. There are plenty of restaurants that I'm working with. We're now up to 16 different restaurants that I'm working with that are getting 80%, 83% is the top I've heard of their revenue coming in from Everyone Eats. Another way of looking at that is when this program stops in December 31st, they will only be getting, oh, that's a backwards way of looking at it.
17.
Yeah, but so my point is monumental number, 80% of their revenue coming from this program. And then the third pillar of the program is to support our local producers and farmers, because there's a 10% carve out. So 10% of all of the ingredients that go into the Everyone Eats meals must be from local sources. And in dollars, that has amounted to $28,000 since the program started in August. That's going to, you know, farms like New Leaf CSA or Full Plate Farm, you name it. So just since it's on everyone's minds, I chose 2 photographs from our Thanksgiving distribution where we distributed not just the Everyone Eats meal that Wednesday night, but also 1,300 Thanksgiving meals, which was made possible also with a grant from Brattleboro Savings and Loans so that we could buy all of those pies, since pies aren't really part of Federal CARES Act meal. They're part of everyone's Thanksgiving meal. If any of you would like to volunteer, we are always looking for, when I say any of you, I invite the select board, but also anyone who's on the call or viewing. We are in need of more volunteers at the distribution site, especially as we go into what's right now a rainy season. And as of right now, the program will end December 31st, December 30th being our last distribution day, unless we're able to have a new economic relief bill passed by Congress.
Well, they just vetoed it, so.
The flower program, the third program I wanted to highlight, is headlined by Dick DeGray and funded by DBA, keeps us, Brattleboro, in flowers 3 seasons out of the year, and then also included in that design committee is what we call it, is also the holiday lights where the Christmas tree was just put up in Finney Park. We adopted a gallery walk this year, and just a really challenging time to adopt a new program. We have vacillated between streaming and in-person. We only had one in-person before it felt like that was not the path we should be going down, and we've consistently done a stream since August, and Aaron Skaggs is heading up that new program for DBA. We were able to obtain one of the consumer incentive grants that ACCD gave out, which in our case was $8,800. A brainchild of Aaron Skaggs was the Brattleship program, which has been so much fun, and I hope everybody has played. Right now, we only have funding through this month, but on Friday, we will unveil the new Brattleship board, and the purpose of this program is to get people to be purchasing in our community, having fun in our community, taking pictures of themselves in front of murals, going and giving a donation to a local nonprofit. So there's lots of different options on each Brattleship board. But at the end of the day, it's using prizes, $40 gift certificates or $100 gift certificates, or the grand prize is a $500 gift card package, incentivizing people to come into our downtown shops. And then the last one is the one that's coming this Friday. So this has been an ongoing partnership between the Ask the River artists, the town, you all, and plenty of other people working to really engage the parking garage in the Brattleboro Transportation Center. Last year you saw us do the Alley Lane pop-up, and this is an extension of that project. So on Friday, we will unveil the new signs that are going in the parking garage that were teased out and experimented with during the Alley Lane pop-up. And then you will have a chance to glimpse inside the parking garage elevator, and we'll see something you've never seen before, which is an art exhibit in that elevator. And that will be a prototype of the sculpture that will be going and being installed on the parking garage in the summer of 2021. So that is this Friday from 4 to 6. It's not a gathering activity. It's more a walk into the parking garage like you might always do, and you'll be greeted by lots of new things. So those are the highlights of the last 6 months. And I would be happy to answer questions, or I would be happy to go into next year's budget, however you like.
Brandy, I see Brandy's hand. Sorry, I'm getting used to
I don't have a question, and I don't want to hold this up, but I know you were talking about, your Everyone Eats program, and I wanted to let you know that when you were giving out the Thanksgiving meals and the cars were going up Elm Street, my partner was coming home from work, and he instantly was stuck, and somebody was immediately at the window saying, "Hi, are you here for meals?" Nick said no, and then he was able to get right through. So while you definitely need more volunteers, I just want to let you know that the ones you have on probably one of the busiest days you've had are super great.
Thanks for saying that.
You're welcome.
Oh, sorry, Liz, go ahead.
I just wanted to commend you all on the Brattleboro Eats program. It's a great program. And it shows just the innovation that people have been displaying in the time of COVID. And I applaud you.
Thank you.
And it's not just Brattleboro Eats. Surrounding towns can eat too.
I often will refer Brattleboro and beyond. But it's
but not too far beyond.
Peter.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for both the previous conversations, which I won't get into, but in terms of the DBA, and as you may know, I'm the president of the board, and have been working hand in glove with Stephanie through really a remarkable time for a not-for-profit organization. To have your budget, all your programming set, and then in March realize, don't come into town. What do we have to do? It presented a couple of things for us as a board, obviously, in terms of our fiscal responsibility. Want to make sure, revenue items that were there that were no longer there, how are we going to do it? And from that standpoint, I just want to commend Stephanie because, again, she's kept us informed. We must have met, I think, Stephanie, we probably met 7 times as a board in those early months, March into April, to try to figure out what the best path to do was. And, one of the things I want to say before we get to the budget is that appropriation from the town is really essential and so helpful in providing that base of funding so that Stephanie can innovate and with the board come up with solutions. And again, we've always, since I joined the board, known that we have to, if we want to do all the things we want to do, we have to fundraise, we have to access grants. And the silver lining, frankly, of the COVID crisis was, both we had some innovative ideas and we had some foundations and other partners who were willing to work with that. I will say the second piece of this is mission, right? Is it our mission to feed, Brattleboro? We're not a food bank. And so we've had these conversations, I think healthy ones as a board, which is, this is not really mission creep. This is extraordinary times. And, organizations step up in extraordinary times to meet the needs that are there. And so I just want to, again, thank all of you for the support that we've had. I think, we've seen some pretty extraordinary pivoting going on and some really vital services. We know we're not going to be in this business forever. And, the budget was completely blown in my mind to, $700,000-800,000, which is, a different amount of money to track. But I just want to let you know that the board is very active, very supportive of Stephanie, keeping an eye on how things are going. And again, we just really appreciate your support.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. And I feel like if no one else is going to jump in, I just want to make it clear to anybody watching who's not familiar that the 80,000 that Peter referred to is DID assessment. It's an actual extra fee that gets paid by downtown shop owners.
Property owners.
Property owners.
Property owners.
Yep.
Not shop owners.
Within the duly designated downtown district.
Yes. The downtown.
And not outside it.
District. Yeah. But made possible because we say it's okay. So we take some credit. Thank you. Other board comments or questions? I think my only comment would be, yeah, it's such a weird year, I mean, I think in other years I might be more inclined to really look at these line items and sort of question a few things and have some healthy questions about direction and how you're spending things. But this year is just, it's one of those all hands on deck years. And we're in the fairly comfortable, just touch wood somewhere around here, position in the town right now that we're doing pretty well on our revenues. We haven't been hit as much as we've feared. So it feels good in that regard too. As far as support, Liz?
I get the sense, and Stephanie, please chime in, that your budget is a best guess because the times are so uncertain, and that, we'll all be vaccinated in short order. Maybe it'll change, but the whole Downtown Business Alliance at this point requires you to be so flexible. So am I thinking correctly, Stephanie?
Yes, it probably would have been interesting for me to put what F121 had been planned for in that. I should have added that column because the current year we're sitting in looks completely different than what we had before. Well, maybe that's a nice segue into this new budget that you're looking at. I wanted to just point out two things, and one is that, much like what Peter said, is we start with sort of a foundation, and that foundation is the special assessment tax, and then we really look to philanthropy or look to innovation to do the programs that we feel like need to happen or want to do. And so one would be just being nimble, which is also what you were just asking. And then the second is that it's so important that we have this DID assessment to give us the stability and the strength as an organization so that we can at least plan for this much. So when you look at FY22, I mean, this was passed many months ago, and there are lots of things that I could go line by line and tell you isn't gonna happen. Like, for instance, Brat Love Crawl won't happen. So you can take that off the table. But because this is what was passed by the membership and by the board, this is the trajectory that I'm going on, unless someone tells me differently.
Seriously.
And I would be happy to answer any questions line by line and give you my best guess on how they might change.
Yeah, Love Crawl would be, I mean, I'm bullish about the future here, but Love Crawl is pushing it. That's February, right? I think that would bring us bad luck if we assume that could happen.
Yeah.
Not just bad luck.
We'll miss that though.
I have to just because it's
The
so.
short-term rental summit won't happen. That's another line item on the budget that won't happen. And then you can see that Everyone Eats is at $0, but maybe that will change too. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
And just because it's such a popular program, I have to give a shout out to the flowers and how they lifted everybody's spirits. And I believe they're not actually, they were largely donations, at least this year, right?
This year was, so let's see, we're straddling, not the current year, but the previous year was the first year that we asked the community for support for the flower program and got astounding, just from $1 to $3,000 donations. So that was incredible. And you are right, Tim, in that this, oh no, I don't think you're right. I think it was last fiscal year, we got one more donation during COVID. And that was my board saying, no, Stephanie, we shouldn't bring the flowers down even a notch. We should remain what we were doing. And that was a very big discussion at the board level. And they were all unanimous about.
Thank you. Daniel?
So the flowers are largely managed by Dick. Does Dick have an apprentice he's training?
Succession planning?
Yes, succession planning. Seriously, I mean, that's a pretty sizable component of the budget and the work and the impact. So what is the succession planning that's going on around it? Not that I'm saying like Dick is going to stop doing it tomorrow. I don't, Dick, if you're still watching, I'm sure you're in good health, but like,
It is a very constant conversation. You are not wrong. And he absolutely does everything to do with the flower program. I cheer him on and I pay the bills. He worked really successfully with the Work Today program, which was phenomenal. And then he also has different people that he employs to support him. And we have that, you'll see that in the budget. We've given him more and more labor to be able to support him being a little bit, take care of himself physically. He will resist me anytime I talk about succession plans. But we continue to ask him about it and try to figure it out. And I'm sure that we will come up with some exciting plan when he decides that he doesn't want to do it any longer.
All right. Careful up that ladder.
What did you say?
I said a British thing that nobody understood, but it's fine.
Careful.
I get it.
Thanks, Liz.
I just have one last question, probably an easy one, because you mentioned the Work Today program. If you have trouble with volunteers on the Everyone Eats, is it possible you could tap that program to some extent?
Not for paid. We have an administrative budget for Everyone Eats, but it's all allocated for, it takes, we hired one full-time person to be at the site and to be managing volunteers. She moved to town specifically for this program. She was a graduate, and she came on with me as a BDCC intern. And then as soon as I got funding, gave her the full-time position. And then we also have a couple supporting positions, but unfortunately our administrative, operations budget, I should say, for everyone is tapped. And the community has been incredible, has been amazing. So I don't doubt that they won't come forward. I just couldn't lose the opportunity to make a call.
No, and I'd like to volunteer. It's just one of those time commitment things. Great. Board, you see we have a hand up.
Gary.
The Stride. Well,
Gary, it looks like we have to take a break. We can't pull this in under.
This will be quick. I don't want to say thanks, Stephanie Bonin, that Everyone Eats went off like a hitch. The food was fabulous. I volunteered down there to help. I highly support it, 100%. I'm looking for the Christmas now, so hopefully we'll see if anything's coming up. definitely I'll be down there to volunteer to help you guys out again. Thank you again, Stephanie.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary. Well, thanks once again, Peter, Stephanie.
Doing good work.
There's no action that we need to take.
We do.
Why, yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked.
I have it
Of course,
in front
that's
of me.
not my job to make a motion.
Oh, Daniel has it in front of him.
Yeah. I move to include in the warning for the 2021 representative town meeting an article related to funding the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for fiscal year 22.
All right.
Thanks, Daniel, who has made a motion to include the warning in the warning for the 2021 representative town meeting, an article related to funding the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for fiscal year 22. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That's 5-0. Thank you once again.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Peter and stuff.
So we have 2 more orders of business to complete, but we must take a break as we've promised our ASL interpreters in the past, and we could use it. Just had a couple hands go up, but we're going to have to wait till after the break, I think.
Right.
A little skeptical of those things.
5 minutes?
I think it's
You want to do 5? Let's do about 8. Sorry, Ian.
8 minutes?
Well, yeah, I was going to make it come out to 10:10, so whatever that is.
Perfect.
Great.
8 or 9 minutes.
No OCD in there at all.
Thanks, everybody. Hang on. So we are on to item D, and that's potential representative town meeting articles. And Peter's going to tell us a little bit about it.
Happily. There are a lot of tax exempt properties in Brattleboro because one of the factors of being a regional economic hub is that there are institutions here in town that serve regional purposes that are eligible for, I was distracted by that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Oh, the nipple? Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see it. I was looking down.
Sure.
So Vermont state statutes entitle certain institutions and certain types of property to tax exemption. And so in the normal process of the assessor's office and the lister's function, there are many properties, and we could describe that more fully another day, that are just entitled to tax exemption and granted that through the assessing process. To the extent that in our community, approximately 20% of the grand list is actually tax exempt property. So it's a really significant impact compared to communities that are not regional economic hubs.
Right.
What's before you tonight is a special consideration that is given. It's allowed under the statutes, and it's given through the representative town meeting process for the certain parcels, certain properties that have requested tax exemption to be granted that tax exemption or not at the discretion of representative town meeting. So these are 5 properties in addition to the dozens that are entitled to property tax exemption who have been granted in the past property tax exemption and are seeking it again. The granting of this has been done on 5-year intervals. There previously were 6. Rescue Inc. was the 6th and is not applying to be granted tax exemption again this year. You'll recall from our budget discussions that over the last several years, we have had a historical discount in the fees that Brattleboro pays to Rescue Inc. that have been phasing out because they were really no longer applicable. And the agreement with Rescue Inc. was that when we got to the end of that phasing out period, that they would also give up the tax exemption and pay property taxes. And so we're arriving there. We've got one more year of the discount, but we're arriving at the end of the current term of the property tax exemption. We'll handle that administratively. We'll do the math on that and pay the appropriate amount accordingly when the current year payment is due. But going forward, we won't have a discount and Rescue Inc. will pay property taxes. So now there are 5 properties in town that are asking. One other thing that has changed in the relationship between the town and these 5 properties in recent years, in this most recent interval, is that at least some of them used to be granted full relief from both municipal property taxes and the school taxes. There's a different implication to that because of the statewide system that directs the school funding. And so those numbers, the school costs are imposed upon each community, and the municipality, the other taxpayers of the municipality have to make up the difference for any tax exemption that is granted on the school side of the equation. And so your predecessors on the select board 5 years ago took the position that we will forward on to representative town meeting a recommendation for continued tax exemption, property tax exemption for these organizations, but only for the municipal portion and not to impose upon all the rest of the taxpayers the burden of paying these properties fair share to the school system. Okay, so that's how it was brought forward. There's a nuance to that at this hour of the night I don't think it's worth going into, but there's a detail related to Bradley House that was slightly different than that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Construction project there.
Yep.
The bottom line is that going forward, the intention of the board 5 years ago and the action of representative town meeting 5 years ago was to provide municipal property tax relief to these 5 properties. What we're asking you to do tonight is place on the representative town meeting warning for next March the question of whether or not to grant 5 more years of tax exemption to these 5 properties as requested.
Okay.
There are representatives from at least some of the organizations who could speak to you about this if you need more details. But again, you won't be deciding the property tax exemption question. You'll be deciding to place it before representative town meeting.
Thanks for that.
Great. Liz had a question, I think maybe for Peter. Or?
Yes, for Peter. Sorry, Peter.
No problem.
Is that distinction between property tax and school tax unique to these 5 properties, or has that been the trend for numerous nonprofits within Brattleboro, that 20%?
Within the 20%, I don't know the answer to how those properties are affected for school taxes. We can get you that answer. What I can tell you is it is determined by state statute and not by local action. These are the only 5 properties that receive property tax exemption by local action.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Well, there's the farm tax stabilization program also provides tax relief to those properties that are maintained in agricultural use, but that's a really entirely different thing. And again, it's based on the use of the property that they have a entitlement over the local program, through the local program to that tax exemption. This is clearly properties that are not entitled to property tax relief, but do various good works in the community and have historically received property tax relief at the discretion of representative town meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I'm of the feeling like we are doing our duty just passing this along.
Right.
But I certainly would invite anyone who's a representative of the organizations to make a comment, to raise a hand, and see. Oh, I see one. And I want to just open it up just in case, Patrick, if Thomas Costello might want to also say something, but I'll ask you to send him a, what do you call it, request for turning the camera on after Thayer. Welcome. Hi.
Hello, thank you very much for letting me speak.
Sure.
I'm representing the Family Garden Board. I've been the board chair for about 8 years now and have come before this group and the representative town meeting. We've always appreciated your support. As I noted in our letter, we used to get both the education and the municipal portion of the taxes. We've worked hard to do more fundraising so that we can cover the education, but would really appreciate the support of our municipal portion of the taxes being waived. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thayer. Thanks for taking care of the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, big job.
Thank you, Thayer. Unless there's other questions, I think we're going to probably, just anticipating that we'll vote to pass that request on to town meeting. And I also see Daniel's coaching me on this. There's Thomas.
Hello.
Tom.
Chair, I want to say, as one acquainted with public service over a long period of time and representing an organization of people who are thoroughly acquainted with that concept, that we are very grateful for what each of you are doing tonight and do so often and do so thoughtfully and carefully. You are, and each of you, the elected representatives and the town manager, serving us so well. And we are very, very grateful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. I have to say, coming from you, that's an honor to hear. And thank you for your service as well. Long service to this town and our country.
It's nice to be able to see you.
And I love your camera view. It's pretty cool.
You got Johnny Blake here behind me, you know, he's not here. He lost his wife in 1968 in Vietnam. And he's like you though, you know, no one asked him for any favors and he never asked for anything. He just did his job. And as I listened to you tonight for many hours, it just came across sincerity. No, I mean that, I've been there. The sincerity, the thoughtfulness, the consideration, the kindness that you've shown to each other and to the citizens. Many years ago, I was a young kid in the legislature. Dick Hoole was a representative, a senator from Fairfax. And the speaker, of course, was Tim O'Connor. And I can remember Sewell saying, in Brattleboro, they're the finest public servants in the state. That was true then. It's true today. Thank you very much, each one of you.
Very nice.
Oh,
Very,
I'm gonna cry.
very kind of you.
Thanks, Tom.
You know that guy, Ian?
Yes.
So are there any other
Sean Ashcraft?
representatives of groups that are in the subject matter? I hesitate, but is Sean Ashcraft?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. I'm here representing Camp Wabanong. I also wanted to express our gratitude for this continued exemption potential. It's something that does make a huge difference in our programming that we offer seasonally for our campers. It helps us keep things accessible to all the local families. So thank you so much for taking time to help us with this process and make it happen.
Thank you, Sean. And I apologize for my hesitation. I was, we're getting a little, let's say, just disruption. So when I don't actually recognize the name, I'm a little hesitant. So, but
Lee
I do
Madden?
think, yeah, we have Lee Madden has also raised a hand. Hi, Lee.
Oh.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I don't know all of you. Lee Madden, former board treasurer at Holton Home and Bradley House. And for the last 2 years, the business manager there. I got stepped off the board. I don't want to take your time. My letter summarized our problem and our issues, and but I would reiterate what the others said. We are very much a part of the town. We definitely appreciate what the town has done for us in many different ways. And if you put this on the warning, we will present our case to the town meeting, and hopefully they'll support it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Lee. And thank you for your efforts to help people afford to stay there. It's important.
And a lovely home it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was kind of nice. It's actually great to connect with people.
I know.
And look at faces that aren't you guys, because Daniel gave me a face.
That was really nice. I'm still reeling from Tom.
It was sweet.
Yeah.
So, Peter, is there any chance we can compress these, or do they have to be? Because I was kind of looking at similarities here.
Yeah, I think you can, particularly since you're just moving these onto the warning and not actually taking a binding action.
Or not. I mean, if it's clumsy, then we'll just.
Well, it's a little clumsy, but it's also, otherwise it's 5 long motions. Perhaps we could do what we sometimes do and did earlier tonight, where I frame something for you and then somebody says so moved.
That's my favorite thing.
I like that.
Work? Okay. So here's the motion. To add the following articles to the representative town meeting warning for March 2021. I'm going to read the context of the article, or the content of the article, and then 5 separate organization names. And the content that I read will apply to all 5 organizations. So what you'd be adding to the representative town meeting warning for March 2021 is to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for blank organization for a period of 5 years. And the 5 organizations would be Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion's Little League Field, Camp Wabanong Incorporated, Garden Path Elder Living's Holton Home, Garden Path Elder Living's Bradley House, and Family Garden Incorporated.
Who would like to say so moved? Liz.
So moved.
All right. Thank you very much, Peter and Liz. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
That's 5-0, unanimously sent to representative town meeting. Thank you. Okay, now we get to end on a fun, hopeful, exciting project. Peter? And then Patrick, I think we'll get to see Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick's going to come on and give you the details. And due to the hour, I'm going to get out of the way very quickly. But you've seen the recent announcement about the Amtrak's intentions to construct a brand new, modern, fully accessible train station, passenger rail station for us to replace the existing one that's in the basement of the museum. And it's been a long time in the making, and Patrick's going to talk about the process and the communication with Amtrak and a role that we need to play in helping them implement this improvement for our community.
Thank you. Welcome, Patrick. Good to see you.
Welcome to you. Welcome to everybody, particularly at this late hour.
I will, as Peter said, kind of outline a number of things. There's a lot to talk about here. If I'm getting a little verbose, please feel free to let me know, and I can wrap it up and get to the point. One point I would like to make right at the onset of this discussion is that what staff is seeking tonight is explicitly authorization to move forward with a plan for replacement parking in the Depot Street parking lot in 2021 in support of the new Amtrak station, which is to be constructed in 2022. Now, for the moment, I'm going to take that concept, that replacement parking, and set it aside, because I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of what Amtrak's proposing, and really, I think for the benefit of the community, a little bit about how we got here, because it may have seemed a little bit like this came out of left field. I'm going to share my screen for a couple of different things here. So I just want to. When just recently on November 19th, Amtrak releases to the public that they've been in negotiations with the town of Brattleboro, the state of Vermont, and VTrans to announce a new feasibility study for a new station in Brattleboro. And it's an interesting choice of words they use there, feasibility study. They've since indicated that may not have been the best choice of words, because they're really fully along with planning and engineering and design of the new station. In fact, they've submitted materials to the planning department, and their site plan is going to be considered by the Development Review Board in December. So we're well beyond feasibility and well into, okay, how do we move forward and get this project done? For those who've been watching select board meetings for some time, they'll know that we were beginning to have discussions with Amtrak back in 2017, almost 4 years ago. And at that time, one of the things we learned in our discussions with Amtrak is that they were under an order by the U.S. Department of Justice to see that all of their stations, literally all of their stations across the United States, were ADA accessible, and that the station in Brattleboro was not. Of course, as each of you understands, the current station is in the basement of the museum building, and that because the town of Brattleboro was the owner of that station, we had certain obligations to ensure that our facility was ADA accessible as well. And so we began these discussions around how can we bring the station into compliance. The town originally began proceeding down the pathway of a revision of the existing station. In fact, we went to a town meeting a couple of years ago, and we asked for that funds would be set aside so that we could make the necessary changes to the station, just in sort of parallel as Amtrak was planning for rail and platform improvements on the outside. $250,000 was set aside by town meeting, but as you well know, nothing seemed to happen right away. In fact, there was quite a bit happening just in terms of exploration of the site. And to make a long story short, the western side of the tracks, where folks presently board the Amtrak station, is a development nightmare. There are about 16 overlapping easements for use of that land. Okay, so we're talking about the space in between the rails themselves and the building, which is BMAC. It's 32 feet wide, and 16 different entities have a legal right to occupy that space.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's really immensely challenging. And so in the space where we expect the public to stand and prepare themselves to board a train, a number of organizations and entities have the legal right to drive cars through there. So you've got this really odd mix of of ownership challenges for developing anything in that space. In addition to the complex ownership, because there is the legal right for certain entities to drive on that space, you could never have a fully level boarding platform. That was one of the downsides of continuing to examine development on the western side. In addition, as many of you may have noticed, there are very substantial interstate electric transmission lines that ride up right along the rail line. One of the consequences of that is there's a giant pole right out in front of the train station, and that pole was making it nearly impossible to achieve the goal of an ADA accessible platform in this area. We initially had some hope that we could bury that power. We know that that's what VTrans is planning with the new bridge to New Hampshire. And we figured, okay, we only need to bury the power 2 more poles worth and, you know, problem solved. And Amtrak spent a good deal of time working with Green Mountain Power to explore that. What they found is that that was going to cost over $1 million.
Yeah,
and in the end, $1 million would be gone and you'd have nothing to show for it, except the absence of a pole.
Literally nothing, yeah. Good, yeah.
So couple that with all of the agreements that Amtrak would have to have for use of that space, they began looking on the eastern side or on the riverside. And there are some challenges on that side as well. As you'll know, there are 2 parallel tracks that run, as parallel tracks will do, side by side. And I'm sorry, it's getting late.
I'm trying to keep a straight face.
And in order to make use of a station on the eastern side, the Amtrak would need to get the legal permission of the railroad owner. Amtrak doesn't own the railroad; they just operate upon it. And so they would need the host railroad to allow them access to that, what's called the siding. In order to do that, they would need to make switching improvements to the south and to the north, so that when an Amtrak train comes along, it would go from one track over to the other. This is all pretty straightforward, but working and negotiating with a railroad can be challenging. They own what they own, and they don't like to give it up. In this case, they were actually very open and receptive and worked cooperatively with Amtrak from the get-go. Everything was proceeding along kind of nicely in 2019 when we read that the host railroad had been sold. And so everything came to a halt. Thankfully, everything got going again very quickly, and the new ownership of the railroad was just as cooperative and eager and willing to explore options with Amtrak as the previous ownership. And so it didn't take too terribly long for us to get back on track and to continue to make progress. What's that?
Sorry, you said back on track and I said so to speak.
Yeah.
Hey,
You're really nailing it tonight.
parallel tracks.
Thank you. I think this is totally appropriate for puns. So I'm going to screen share again because I think it might just be useful to show folks a little bit about what's being proposed. Here you can see a little bit of a top-down view. I don't know if anyone.
I'm not good at this.
I don't know if you can see this. So this down here in the bottom is the museum, one of these little purple shades. I'm colorblind, so I probably got that wrong. You've got the 2 rail lines and you've got the station, which is being proposed to be situated just smack dab in the middle of the Depot Street parking lot.
By the way, sorry, everyone, if you know, you can go to view options and make that image larger up in the upper right. Sorry to interrupt there, Patrick.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
No problem.
It's an ADA.
No problem. Yeah. So then one of the things you can see is that this project will result in Vermont's very first full level boarding platform, a full 350 feet long, which is going to run the full length of the Depot Street parking lot, and will allow multiple cars to be boarded simultaneously on Vermont's first fully ADA accessible station platform. So this is pretty exciting. This is kind of some early views of what they thought it was going to look like. I've got some other renderings. I kind of like this one because
we haven't seen this one.
it sort of shows you a little bit of what things are going to look like. You can see that's the Marlboro Graduate Center in the back, and this is, of course, is the museum. And that's
my car.
And so
You've been holding out. You've been
that's
holding
not
this
the
one
same
out.
as where it currently is, because the parking is confusing me. It looks so similar to how it's laid out currently. It's
So
over here now.
recognize this over here in the bottom right is the little bus shelter.
Yes.
And so we're directly across from like the Whetstone Station Brewery.
Got it.
And we're on this side of the tracks, closer to where that capped brownfield is. That's the green grass.
Yep. And so we just keep a couple of spots, basically.
Yeah, we're basically getting our parking hammered, and I'll get back to that in just a moment. There's a couple of other slides here. I think most people would agree it's kind of a handsome looking structure.
We have some nice looking people coming to visit.
I think I know some of them.
Well, they saw the Love Brattleboro and they said, hey, we got to come check this out.
Those people are just preliminary, though.
They are.
So as you can see, this is what a modern real rail station platform looks like, with nice signage and beautiful lighting and a nice security fence, and it's going to be a nice looking setup.
And you can roll, Patrick, excuse me for interrupting, but if you go back to that last one, a really critically important thing about this approach is it enabled them to be, when we say fully accessible, what they would have done on the other side would have complied with the ADA, but it wouldn't have been fully accessible. The people would have still needed some level of assistance in order to get onto the train. Here, if you're in a wheelchair or if you're pushing a stroller or rolling bags or whatever else, everything on wheels is going to roll directly onto the train without having to change elevation.
Yeah, I think it's 4 feet above track level, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So it's a dream come true, I would say, in terms of a beautiful new station. Let me just jump back over here. This is what it's going to look like on the inside. It's modest, but it's practical. There's a small waiting room, a place for the engineer's office, a restroom, and there is covered space outside where folks can be waiting for the train and stay out of the snow and stay out of the rain.
Okay.
One of the nice developments, which has been kind of late breaking, is that for a while we have been advocating for a snow melt system as a way to get rid of the snow, as opposed to a more costly shoveling or something along those lines. And if you're trying to keep a train station open, it's important to get the snow out of there quickly. Thankfully, to Amtrak and to the FRA and to some advocacy from several elected officials, the FRA has agreed to fund the heated platform. So there will be automatic snow melting involved with this platform, which is just a really nice addition, and we think squarely an ADA related issue. So that's, it's a great station. Any questions or any other slides you'd like me to go back to, or?
I have a quick question. It's not germane in any way. Oh, I'm sorry. I can only see one little panel of windows.
You can adjust that. Liz,
yeah, I know. I just did.
Liz's hand went up, and then Ian's, and then Daniel.
No, it was Liz, Daniel, me.
Oh.
I just want to say how fabulous this is. And I know, because I've worked for Amtrak, that this is such an event that they're willing to do this for Brattleboro, that I couldn't be happier. It's great. And I commend you, Patrick, and Peter and the whole gang for working with them and getting this done.
I agree with Liz, but I just can't see her. What have I done?
There's a little bit, like a couple of lines that you pull to make it wider.
There you are.
Yeah. Okay. Question you probably can't answer. Maybe someone at Amtrak can. Usually when you ride the train, they only open like one door to get on and off. Like, will this now, given that the platform will be the entire length of the train, will all the doors open?
Wow.
It's
Do you think Patrick is going to know the answer to that?
No, I don't think he will.
It's granular. I'd call that granular.
It is pretty granular.
Don't you think that select board
Standard operating
overreach?
procedure number 424.
But check this out. What is the point in them paying all this money for this massively long platform if they will still only use a very small piece of it? You know?
That's a great question. It's one I can pass on to Amtrak. My expectation is that the doors will open across the distance of the platform. But you know, I could be mistaken about that, and I completely share your inquiry. So
it's not a deal breaker. I'm just curious.
Liz, sorry.
I would imagine, Daniel, that it depends on how crowded each car is and where people are getting off is what doors they'll open. And then also what manpower or person power they have on the train to let people in an orderly fashion is what doors they'll remain open.
Right. We'll be robots soon, so.
I've never ridden the train except for the Santa train that goes from Bellows Falls to Chester. So
you should go sometime. It's great. It's really slow.
Would, yeah.
You can go all the way to Richmond, Virginia.
I would do it.
Ian is patiently waiting.
Sorry.
Let the board get it out.
Sorry.
So, Patrick, my question is the accessibility of the platform it really hits me close to home, I think, because like my grandmother would take Amtrak up from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania to Essex, and she would have to get someone to help her get down because it's not an elevated platform there. And I think it's really cool that Brattleboro is going to have the first platform so that it's completely accessible. My question is, you have to cross the tracks to get into Brattleboro if you're walking. And I'm wondering if there's anything about that is going into the plan if we have a really accessible platform, but then you get off the platform and then it's difficult to actually get into town if you're walking into town.
Nice.
So the project limits, as they say, is within the Depot Street parking lot, and so I think there are a lot of opportunities for additional development, particularly along what has been Route 119 to Hinsdale. There's been I think the Planning Commission has looked at, I know the folks who are looking at the existing bridges have all spoken to the possibility that exists to, for example, narrow up the road and expand the width of the sidewalks. I think that sort of development, which is something we really ought to be taking a close look at, because those would be amendments that once the new bridge comes into place, the 119 isn't going to get the same traffic, and so it doesn't need to have the same vehicular orientation that it has presently.
Good way to put it.
And in so doing, it could better support pedestrians. I agree.
Yeah, good way to put that.
Yeah, and I don't mean to put you on the spot about it. It's just something that kind of has occurred to me because I just think the platform it's just such a great thing that we're going to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
It's definitely something that the town should be looking at. And so a couple of details, believe it or not, remain unresolved, and we're continuing to work on.
Can I just ask a couple quick questions?
Oh, sure, of course.
one of which you probably don't know the answer to, and we won't. But in one of the look of the station itself, there's only one bathroom, and a couple people remarked that that's kind of odd. But again, I reminded them it was 60% preliminary. I know it's a small building, but I mean, do you think they would, you know, consider two bathrooms?
May I inquire 2 bathrooms because 2 is better than 1? Or, you know, the nice thing about having 1 bathroom is you can have a gender neutral bathroom.
You could have 2 gender neutral.
This is true. You know, we're pretty far along in their design, and I know there's limited space.
Okay.
Maybe more than one person can use it at a time? No.
No. Sorry.
If you do that at Kipling, someone yells at you.
It's one person at a time. It is the equivalent of what exists in the current station, right, although the current station is not very inviting. But in terms of the passenger load that it carries, it is the equivalent of what already exists. And I think they're probably, I'm really guessing here more than knowing, but I think they probably are recognizing that the period of time that the building is going to be occupied on any given day is pretty short. So there'll be a burst, you know, a short period of time when there's a number of people gathering there. Then they're going to get on the train and the place is going to be empty most of the time. And when they get on the train, they've got restroom facilities too. So Amtrak does this on such a large scale across the country. I think they probably have a pretty good feel for where they need more facilities.
Okay, and one more less granular question. In the, Patrick, if you go to the parking spots one, I thought we had said at some point that we were going to net 25. Now,
yeah, I am heading in that direction.
Oh.
And we'll begin speaking to that shortly.
Oh, okay, sorry, I jumped the gun.
Oh, that's okay. That's fantastic. While we're here looking at this top-down view, I will draw your attention to, I don't know if you can see my cursor moving around. Can you?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
This is 60% documents because this was a concept that Amtrak came up with for replacement parking, and staff does not support this alternative for a variety of reasons. Most notably, we're all fairly familiar that this grassy area adjacent to the river is a brownfield. And in particular, the portion north of the archery building is the most contaminated and most involved brownfield. And so while it was nice of them to suggest we should build replacement parking, they would A, ask us to do that at our expense, and B, they chose the most expensive place in which to do so. So we appreciated that and suggested that we would look into other alternatives. And I'll get to talking about the preferred alternative in just a moment. I did want to cover a couple of, maybe mundane issues. One of the nice things about this whole project, or at least the Amtrak portion of the project, is that the cost is being borne by Amtrak. This is going to be funded, an anticipated $4.5 million project funded by Amtrak. The expectation is that the town will take ownership and maintain the property for the long haul. There will need to be a 3-party agreement between the town, Amtrak, and NECR, owner of the portion of land running immediately adjacent to the rail line. Those documents are currently being drafted, and of course they'll be brought to your attention for to execute on behalf of the town. But the basic lay of the land is that they'll build the station, we'll own and maintain the station, and furthermore, the town will finally have an organized lease with Amtrak for the station. presently, and we've had an Amtrak station in the basement of the museum for years and years and years, decades, and we've never had a lease. It's been a handshake agreement, and I understand from some old-time Amtrak folks that that happens occasionally. One of the things that we have agreed upon very early on, way back in 2017, is when we're done with all this, there's going to be a lease agreement. And that lease agreement is not one that's going to be a real cash cow for the town. It's going to be more or less set to cover the operations and the maintenance of the facility, but there's going to be a lease agreement. And the other nice thing about that from Amtrak's point of view is, like all Amtrak related expenses in the state of Vermont, they pass the bill on to VTrans. And so, you know, in the end, I think what we're going to have is a really nice, really accessible, well-built, well-designed station, and we'll have proper legal agreements between all the parties. So that's kind of a little bit of a win-win.
Thank you.
Let's see. As I've mentioned already, this will be the first level boarding platform. We will have eliminated the interaction of vehicles and pedestrians. And there'll be no money wasted on costly utility relocations. But there is, of course, a cost, and Tim spoke to it right away, which is lost parking. We could see from the designs that approximately 10 spaces are being lost in an area of town that frankly can't afford to lose parking. And so staff began examining some alternatives. And the alternative that is most desirable, we believe, is this one. It's called option D. This would replace the 10 spaces that are lost and in fact add 25 more. So this would result in a fairly decent amount of additional parking. We've been able to do some preliminary engineering to confirm that we can, you know, turn fire trucks around in the drive lanes, etc. We believe, conversations with the planning office, we believe that this can be permitted. And this would be a fairly significant expansion of the Depot Street parking lot. We have Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I just want to orient you. So this may be obvious, but in case it's not, in the lower left-hand corner, there's a thing that's not really quite a rectangle. It's more complicated than that. That's the new station.
Okay.
All right. So what you're seeing, to feel the scale of what we're talking about compared to that roundabout that's there now,
yep.
You can feel the scale of the expanded parking area by relating it to the size of the building as you saw it in the other drawings.
So now it's not a roundabout, it's kind of like a large rectangle thing.
Yeah, with that the drive lane being the way that you would turn around to go back the other way. Absolutely.
Got it. Thank you.
And I'm done interrupting. Sorry, Patrick.
Hey, no problem at all. That's a really good point, and it's good to keep people oriented. Yeah, so just a couple of things to consider when looking at this plan is that this would eliminate the roundabout, or rather incorporate the roundabout into the parking. Okay. And so all of that space would be used more efficiently for additional parking. But you'll also notice that, well, effectively what we're proposing here is to remove the archery building so that in addition to what would be just the turnaround, we can expand the parking to gain that sort of 25 net increase spaces. And so this is a fairly you know, good sized proposal to expand the parking capacity there. Mm-hmm. And there's some really important timing requirements, which is why we're here in December asking about this. And that is, we think there's a real problem if Amtrak is going to build their station in 2022.
Yeah.
If we don't build the parking now, as in 2021, then when they come along to build their station, the combination of staging of materials and construction trucks are going to altogether occupy the entire Depot Street parking lot. And that parking lot for the bulk of 2022 will be gone. And so anybody who wants transit parking to go to board Amtrak is not going to have anywhere to park. It's also going to affect area businesses that will suffer from not having any parking there. So our idea is to build this parking in 2021, and then this can be the Depot Street while the existing Depot Street is consumed by the construction project. So if we sequence these in order, we feel we can provide the parking assets that the community needs in this location and still support the project without getting really in anybody's way.
That makes perfect
Brilliant.
sense. Oh, yep, perfect sense.
We'll just ask them to not fill it up with their stuff, right?
So
Only parking.
to ask Amtrak not to fill it up with their stuff?
Not to fill up our new parking lot with their stuff.
Right. We'll keep this as parking, and they can occupy, the space that they're going to be building in. And then, when it's all said and done, we're going to have a nice new station. We're going to have a nice expanded parking facility. The estimated cost for this was included in the memo. It's about $365,000, which admittedly is a lot of money for a parking lot. But as I think each of you understands, there are some real development challenges here, right? We will be building right adjacent to a river. We will be building in an area where we've got to keep the road open in order for barrows and fishers to come and go, and for traffic to get to the bridge construction, et cetera. And we need to be really careful with our engineering so that we don't get into a situation where we're disrupting the sort of nastier part of the brownfield. We'll be operating in what is, where the existing turnaround, and that should be fairly straightforward, and in the space where the archery building is, and really very intentionally trying to keep our distance from the coal tar deposits and other brownfield stuff, which is in the more northerly section of that area. So we've got a budget of about $365,000, and we've conferred with Town Attorney Bob Fisher, and he is very comfortable, as he noted in his memo, that the funds that town meeting set aside for ADA improvements at the Union Station can and should be used for this project. It is a change. It is a very noticeable change, yet it's still addressing the same project concept. We are working to develop an ADA accessible Union Station for the citizens of Brattleboro. We're just doing it a little differently than we had initially planned, and I would argue fundamentally in a higher quality manner. So that leaves us about $115,000. And what staff would like to do is to rely upon the capital fund balance as a backstop. Not that we would seek to use those funds to pay for the remainder of the project, but to use them to rely upon them at this moment so that we can move forward with this project. And there's a particular grant program called the Downtown Transportation Grant, which couldn't be, it's hand in glove for this project. It's specifically intended for new development that facilitates transportation infrastructure within Vermont's designated downtowns. And that's what this is. So we think there's a very competitive application there. That grant application will be for $100,000, and that makes up the vast majority of the expense for this project. And we would just what we are seeking is the board's support for this concept. And if the board is comfortable with this, that doesn't just mean it goes away and we'll come back and we'll let you know when it's done. This project will come back to you probably again and again at various times. When we apply for the grant funds, this will come back before you. If we are awarded the grant funds and we need to accept and appropriate them, this project will come back before you again. If we award a construction contract, this project will come back before you again. And if this is a concept that the board is comfortable with, I think you can be further comforted by the knowledge that this is going to go through the development review board just as any other development in Brattleboro. And this project is going to receive a review by the State Office of Historic Preservation. And so while there is some concern over the loss of the archery building, which we all know is a very old and longtime part of Brattleboro's rail history, it is an old and dilapidated building on the opposite side of the tracks. We think it belongs coming down in support of this new use.
On the wrong side of the tracks.
Yes, correct. But if we proceed, we will do so with their acceptance and acknowledgement that this is the right thing to do. And I think that's something that can be of support for the board. I just want to double check that I haven't missed anything. So what we're seeking is in effect your blessing to proceed with this and to proceed with it aggressively. We'd like to build this project in 2021, probably in the September, October timeframe. It's not going to take a long time. Steve Horton has said this is a 6-week project, maybe. Maybe it's 7 weeks. It's right around in there. So it's something we can do later in the year. It's something we can go after grant funding for. The downtown transportation grant is due in March, which the timing is perfect. So I'll stop there and maybe we'll have some more questions and some more discussion.
Daniel's, oh wait, I think it was Daniel first.
Yeah, well,
granular.
I think it was. I think my hand was up a little earlier. I just didn't want to interrupt Patrick. He was doing so well, and I look forward to proceeding expeditiously with this as the proposed motion states. However, I was curious about how this improves our bicycle parking for Amtrak. A note that I said improves, not does it have any. How does it make it better?
So I can certainly start by saying bicycle parking is included within the plan, but Peter, I don't want to interrupt you if you want to keep going.
Well, actually, that's very gracious of you since I was interrupting you. As Patrick was just saying, that there is sort of a basic amount of parking that comes with one of these. This is a pretty standard station, right?
Right.
It's a huge upgrade for us. It's kind of cookie cutter for what Amtrak does around the country. And so when they build this, they also provide bicycle parking facilities. There's been some interest expressed just within the last few days from BCAT, the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation, a group of folks who work for particularly bicycle accessibility and safety and resources, but also sort of other things that relate to non-automobile transportation. And they are pushing strongly for this to be really nice bicycle parking, that it be covered and that there be charging stations included within it, where electric bikes can be recharged while they're there. And we think these are great ideas. They're not in the plan currently, and they'll have to be funded by the town. They won't be funded by Amtrak. But what we want to do is conceptually sort of make mental space and have the final planning that Amtrak does actually make physical space for these things to be able to become real when we can obtain funding and make them happen.
Great.
Good.
Thanks.
Yep.
Ian.
I think on that note, I'm curious if there's been any discussion about adding EV charging stations for cars there, especially, and I guess I see you all nodding your heads, but I just want to say that, you know, adding a new parking lot that is kind of part of this like new thing for Brattleboro future, it seems like it would be a great time to invest in something like that.
Yes.
Well said.
Would be.
And I'd like to capitalize on what Peter just said. Yes, and actually Amtrak has been really open. You know, they have certain limits in terms of what they can fund and what they can't fund. And what they've made really clear and plain to us is, look, you know, if you guys want to install electric vehicle parking or electric vehicle charging, that's great. We can run the conduit, we can, you know, provide access on the panel, and it'll be there and ready for you when you are able to grant fund a project to install an electric vehicle charger, or just as Daniel was asking about, you know, covered bicycle parking that could easily accommodate a vehicle charger as well.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, there's like 10 of those things over at Price Chopper. Could grab a few of those. I was kidding. So this is fun. We should have done this earlier, I think. But it is past 11, and
My dog agrees. She's already in bed.
it's not fair to our ASL folks. I had one slightly granular thing, if you guys don't mind, on the demolishing the archery building for $4,000. I mean, I know a guy with a backhoe. Is there?
Oh, my son will drive a backhoe straight through it. My youngest.
Is it because it's historic and all that?
These things are cost estimates prepared by a guy with a career in construction. They're not a bid. Right? So there are ways in which we're going to try and bring this project in under budget, but we want to be prepared for it based on the insights provided to us by somebody we trust.
In addition to that, the nature of that site is such that the demolition of that building is going to have to be done carefully, not just by knocking it down.
Bummer. That'd be fun.
Okay. You know I'm going to get a text from John Allen.
It's a brownfield.
Exactly.
Tell John I said hi when he calls to ream you out.
Ian.
Yeah, well, I just had one other question, Patrick. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation and having so much energy this late. I'm so sorry that you presented so late in the evening, but I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Really enjoyable. I'm just curious, on the developmental review board, I don't think I was on it at all when the town came before it. Is it conducted any differently when the town is the petitioner? No, it's just the exact same.
Yeah, we have to follow the same rules. So we're the property owner here. The Amtrak folks are, you know, going to be presenting their station, but we're the property owner. I signed off on the application that goes before the board. And as you know from your participation on the board, it's particularly true in Brattleboro and can be true of other development review boards that the statutory independence of the DRB means that, you know, we have standing there, but not particularly special standing, you know, in terms of the quasi-judicial proceedings that occur. So, so yeah, this project is going to go through a normal DRB review.
Wow, that'll be a good meeting. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion if people are feeling motion-y. Emotional, maybe. No. Doesn't work with the train theme, but.
Well, let's get this back on the tracks. And
waiting for it.
I move to authorize town staff to move forward expeditiously with planning for modification of the Depot Street parking lot with the intention of completing construction during 2021.
We'll get on that train.
Love the expeditiously. Daniel has made a motion to authorize town staff to move forward expeditiously with planning for modification of the Depot Street parking lot with the intention of completing construction during the year 2021. All those in favor, please say your aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. It's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm pretty
Thanks
All
for
aboard.
the exciting news, Patrick. And I'm still angry you haven't given me those documents, but I knew you were holding out
Don't give
something.
them to him now. Don't.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay. Any other motions?
Liz?
I move to
Liz.
adjourn.
There she goes.
Liz says move to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. And that's
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, board.
Good night.
Thank you, Intrepid
See
ASO
you soon.
Inspectors, BCTV, all of our reporters. Good
See
night.
you Tuesday.